Late? What? 3 seconds? 4 seconds. I apologize. Hey, couples. How are you? Welcome in, guys. So today I am going to do basically a pre-listed flat rate box sale. Everything is in large flat rate boxes. They're jam full. It's a lot of ephemera. There's some other stuff. You can scroll down through the auction list and see what's there. Oh, you're welcome, Bat Mom. You confused me. You're now a dog. My mailman's gonna be happy when I'm done with these flat rate box sales, and this is probably the last one for a while anyway. And the funny thing was, in addition to all those boxes from last week, somebody on eBay paid for like I don't know how many it was, 20 auctions, all heavy stuff. Paid for them at one time, and it was all pre-boxed. You got a new puppy. Oh yeah. I could click on it, make it bigger, and look at it, but I'll probably screw it all up and disappear. And at the end of the flat rate boxes, at the very end of that list, thank you, Bat Mom. We were tagging you like crazy for those. um, the boxes at the end, they are long. They're like, I don't know, half again as long as a flat rate box. The stuff is heavy. They're like 25 pounds. So when we get to those, you have to check the shipping to make sure you're willing to pay for that stuff. Everything's set at $1 starts. And then after I'm done with that, with all the pre-listed stuff, Bishy, I will. Aren't you selling Bishy, or don't you have anybody there yet? At the end, I'll have the do one more day of 60% off for my buy now. There's like 3,000 things in there. If you want to scroll down through, if you want to do searches, you're into photos, tin types, you're into ephemera, advertising tins, whatever, search for what you want. And after these boxes are done, I will do flash sales for requests of 60% off. And then this is the last week I'm going to do that. It's kind of a pain in the butt. Um, I'm basically giving stuff away, which is fine, but I am going to move all that stuff just into the marketplace, and it will no longer be in my shows. And then I'm going to start putting brand new buy now stuff that's not in there in for my shows. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. I'm just going to go right down the list in order. I think there was only one pre-bid on any of these boxes. I'll show them in some detail. There's some of the boxes. There's one box that I think it says nice at the beginning of the title. It's near the end of the list. There's probably, I don't know, several thousand things in that box of little tiny things. So I'm not going to be able to show every single thing. But I'm going to go ahead and get started. And if you've never been here before, my name's Josh. And I've got the website beforetimes.shop where I sell old stuff. And I am having a sale on there today. Everything is 30% off. If you add it to your cart, it'll show you the sale price at checkout. And if you've won giveaways in the past several weeks for $10 off, you can use them today and save even more. Okay, here we go. So this is the first lot. And really, these CD lots, I'll give you a minute to click on the picture down there if you're interested in CDs. You can probably see it in the picture. better than you can me trying to finagle the camera. It's just kind of a random box of CDs. Real McCoy, Jimmy Rogers, Natural Born Killers, U2, Ricky Van Shelton, Reba, Andy Williams, Bobby Vinton, just a random selection of CDs. Whole flat rate box full. And I'm just going to do quick auctions, 15 seconds once they start. And that is running. You get the whole flat rate box full. Thank you, Mark. That box is yours. And you can click on the picture of the next one, see what's included in it. Another box of CDs. $1 for like probably 50 or 60 CDs. That's why I haven't tried to have any CD shows on Whatnot. There's a few sealed ones in here. Just get everything that's been pictured. Whole box. And it is running. $1, 15 seconds. And again, everything, these flat rate boxes, I think the shipping is $9.21 on them. The boxes at the end will be a little bit bigger. They might be considerably more expensive depending where you're at. Thank you, JP. But again, I remind everybody every week when I sell flat rate boxes, you're complaining about the shipping being $9.21. These boxes, if you go to the post office and go across the window, pay at the counter, you pay $26 and something to ship one of these boxes. So these are really good shipping deals on Whatnot. Hey, Dawn. Hey, Hazy. And if you guys, if you didn't know, the rewards program started over. If you click on that crown up there, you can see what my rewards are for the week. Or for this season, I guess. It's 3 months long. They're the same exact rewards as last time, except that one reward was like 1% off. I changed it to 10. I think I screwed up when I did it last season, but it's exactly the same deal. And Bishy's daughter made me the little icons. Um, and she's willing to do those for other people if you want custom, if you're a seller and you want custom icons. She's on here. I'll tag her. There, she's Weeders. If you're looking for custom, right there, custom icons for your rewards, I think she'll do a set for $15 is what she posted on Facebook. So this is a lot of 8 of these yearbooks of the American Iron and Steel Institute from the teens and 20s. Hardcover books, decent condition. There's pictures, fold out things, fairly rare books. There's 8 of them. 1918, 1919, 14, 23, 22, 20, 17, and that one's 21 there. So you get all 8 of them. And that is running. And if you look these up, these are 20 plus bucks a piece on eBay. They're fairly rare. Since you guys are bidding, it saves me from listing them individually. Get all of them. Hey, Rag. Hey, Prinny. Thank you, Ask. And 6D is next. Some photos. You stealthed. I can pin it. I'm not going to run it, Prinny. I'm just running them in order, but I can pin it for you. Get it? What's it telling you shipping is? Those last ones that aren't flat rate boxes are heavy. I just set them all at 25 pounds. They're all within a pound or two of that. Um, and if they don't sell for a buck, I'll just I'll just put them in tray lots and stick them in a local auction to get rid of them. Um, but I can't go lower than a buck. So, and I don't control the postal service's rates. Still pretty cheap shipping. Okay, so I'm going to flip through these relatively quickly. It's a whole box full, and they're mostly in these folders. These are early 1900s to probably 1930, give or take. There might be some other stuff mixed in, but it's a whole flat rate box full. There's a frame under glass, a couple real photo postcards, a CDV that looks like it's from somewhere in Europe. Framed wedding picture. Frame is kind of falling apart on this one. That one's a nice one. Doesn't have the, yes, it does have it. Let's put the frame kind of rough on the back, but it's a nice photo of the guy with the violin. One's got some sort of letter. good resale lots. If you're into um, sitting here and showing these individually and getting a few bucks for them, uh, nice big lots of stuff today. If you've been to my shows before, you know I have no patience, and I just I tried to do it. I tried to piece things out and sit here all day, and I just can't do it. Um, my attention span wanes. It's like a military when they're all right. So we're like a third of the way through this box. You guys want me to run the stuff and have some of it be a surprise? Or do you want to see every last picture? Run it? Okay. So that was the stack that I showed. There's still, the box is still half full. And it is running. I'll just keep putting them down. Little kid in a stroller. You got two of those. You can share with your friends. Cute one there. Thank you, Vintage. And just to give you some idea, there's still, well, there's still quite a few down in there. Thank you, Vintage Scout. And if you're looking for more photos, scroll down through before you leave, because there are some more boxes of photos, similar ones to that, plus some snapshots. And some of the bigger boxes at the end, they do have some photos in them. So this is this box. I'll probably do the same type of thing. I'll start down through it and then I'll get tired of doing it. This looks like random ephemera. Calendar, a diploma from Oil City, Pennsylvania. Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of checks. Some random mail. Drill procedures, some sort of military looking thing. Some more mail and checks. Newsletter about dolls. Some sort of factory thing. Some receipts and bill heads. Random advertising, some catalogs, price lists. Kodak book. 1939, Johns Hopkins Report on the President. Marmaduke book. PA souvenir brochure. Gleanings in Bee Culture magazine from 1960. nuclear medicine, whatever that is. There's a notepad with a dog on it, card with a kitty on it. There's a flat Pittsburgh Steelers Iron City beer can. More mail. Advertising an Elvis book, Roth memory course, another Roth memory course, some Kodak stuff. Some bill heads and sleeves. Whoops. I'm going to have a mess. So I'm going to run it and keep throwing it down while it's running. Any kitchen stuff. There's a couple lots of cookie cutters in the list. I mean, and there's a box of recipes and cookbooks. Um, there might be kitchen ephemera in some of the boxes. I don't know. Oh, that's a good one there. I didn't know I threw that in there. Heaney's Professional Catalog of Wonders. It's an old uh, magic tricks catalog. This is pretty neat. I was gonna save this out and put this on my website because it's pretty nice. But it's in there, so it's gonna go. Sure what the date of it is, but it's in there. So I'm gonna run it. There's some in that one box of recipes and cookbooks, Miranda, and it's running. Foxfire, camera books, radio manuals. There's a fruit crate label, rubbings book. Canine unit, Ray Palmer's forum. I don't know what that is. Something from the University of Pittsburgh. Klein's catalog. There's some sort of Jamestown High School publication. Moose Club. Thank you, couples. And there's still, that is most of it. There's still a little bit down in there. What are you talking about, that mom? Making fun of kitties. But Butterfly got these little spiky things to put on the counter to keep the kitty off. And they're a Timu product. And the kitties just hop right up on them and walk right across them. So 6F is next. Yeah. Yeah, don't go by what I say ever. Just you're getting what you see. This one's a whole box of photos. Tons and tons of photos. So I'll go down through some of them, just like I did before. What am I trying to live in for? All sorts of different ages. Black and white, some color. some big ones. You guys just have to watch. I'm not going to describe them. There's a souvenir one. Oh, okay. I got you, Ray. We thought about the double-sided tape. We tried that one time. Bubba did not like that. But the problem is, whatever you do, it ends up being kind of a hassle on our end because you've got something on the counter. So if it works, you don't have caps on the counter, but you've got tape or aluminum foil or daggers. I've got like the the kitchen and the living room are one big room, and it's separated by a bar. And there's a higher level that's a bar, and then the counter for the kitchen. And you come up the upstairs into the bar, and they are always sitting right there on the bar, looking around the corner when they hear us coming. I don't think we're gonna keep them off of there. That's not a photo. A little photo album. Doesn't have too much in it. Yes, they. I don't know. I think butterfly was more of a symbolic gesture than anything. So there's some colored ones. There's an eagle on a post. All right. See how many I've laid down there? That's how full the box still is. Couple little photo albums in there. Just thousands of pictures. These come from all sorts of different estates. This isn't like this is all one family. You're not going to get the same kid um, or anything over and over again. I mean, it's probably come from hundreds of different families, several dozen different families at least. So I'm going to start it. You're not going to see them all, so it'll be partly a surprise. And that is running. And I mean, I didn't even look at all these. A lot of these were just tossed in here. Thank you, couples. Mail House Farm. And I believe couples is a seller on here. So if you saw some you like, you might be able to pick some individual ones up later from them. And 6G is next. Couples is doing a mini sale later today. If you guys are sellers, feel free to advertise your shows. All right, this is, what does it say? Mixed ephemera. Gems and gemology, some sort of binder with magazines in it. George Washington, uh, story magazine from, I don't know what it's from, 1939. Concrete construction for home and farm. Newspaper clipping, some sort of envelope. Fluoridation of water. From the House of Representatives from 1954. Some stickers, some cards. Some advertising and souvenir stuff. Picture of Jesus. Fuzzy picture of Jesus. Some health thing. Larkin Family Magazine from 1909. Larkin is from up in New York somewhere. They made all sorts of medical and home remedy stuff. 1934 calendar. Book about Commodore Biddle. Advertising photo. Ration books. That's just the like an envelope that held ration books. John Deere fertilizer attachment manual. Some sort of catalog of books. Some stationery that's unused, and some sort of scrapbook, and that's the lot. So I'm going to run it and show the scrapbook as it runs. $1, 15 seconds. Got that photo in it. It's got that photo. And the scrapbook apparently is from somebody that was on a golf team. It's all like high school golf related clippings and photos. You can take them out and put whatever you want. Thank you, couples. That one's yours too. And welcome in. If you just joined me, I'm doing some bulk lots, mostly in flat rate boxes today. And 6H is next. Sort of seed catalog, card. In these boxes, there's a souvenir photo from some hotel in San Francisco. Uh, there's some of these boxes that have a lot of vintage menus and advertising from hotels. That's probably halfway decent if you want to take the time to deal with it. Buffalo Paper Company. There's a menu from a restaurant. Hey, Ohio, did you sleep in? Did anybody sleep in? I forgot about the time change until NPR told me. I also forgot about Valentine's Day until NPR told me it was Valentine's Day. Garden Club Prize, Denison University. I had no idea. I knew it was happening. I just forgot about it. I didn't really pay attention to when it was. Some sort of marriage book, some sort of envelope. There's some of these cruise line. Some of these are pretty collectible. There's three of them in this little bunch. 1970 Holland America Cruise Line. Three of those menus. I'm sorry you have to work today, Ohio. It's actually getting nice in Pennsylvania. The snow is almost all melted, and the neighbor's grass is actually starting to show some green to it. And there's another, that's not a cruise line, but that's a old Wayside Inn advertising thing. Just a bag of pinbacks. The Board of Education, more hotel stuff, Gulf Oil advertising map. Hey guys, welcome in. If I miss something in the chat, just keep yelling. It's hard with the way the phone's positioned for me to see it. And I'm trying to go through this stuff as quickly as possible. Some sort of yo-yo manual, little pack of Richard Petty stuff, revival gems. Looks like 1929 hymnal, old Sunday school things, photos, some Santa cards, some more greeting cards. First day cover, some Titusville oil stuff, a Colt 22 pistol manual, whole bunch of stuff. Okay, so that I showed you all that. There's still that much left in the box. I'm gonna run it and throw more down as it's running. And it's running. $1, 15 seconds. Miss New York pageant. Old calendar from 1936. Whole bunch of receipt things. Another marriage book. There's another one of those hotel menu type things, something in an envelope. Advertising pot holder. There's some of those little cardboard records. There's some 8x10 photos that are all rolled up of what looks like a band. And a whole bunch more stuff. And there's a few things of sheet music. It looks like 4, 5, 6 things of sheet music in the bottom. Thank you, Bath Bomb. And make sure you check your rewards and use those coupons. I didn't realize when you made the rewards program, they have things you're supposed to do to complete to make the next level. I thought you had to complete all of them. So all you have to do to get in the rewards program is buy one thing. I didn't know that. So this is the next box. And it said it's just random stuff. Assassination of American presidents. Some vintage greeting cards. Royal ambassadors for Baptist boys. Bob Chandler photo from the Bills. cut up photos, flag facts, Boy Scout program from 1962, Little League World Series from 87, souvenir book, 60 photographs of Alfred Knopf. Don't know what that is. Something in envelopes. Seneca Iroquois National Museum. Don't know. Souvenir, Indian stuff. Batman Returns sticker album. Photo corner mounts for scrapbooks. And then there's two of those pack record books. I don't think any of these are used. Join Us, Ask a Cub Scout. These are advertising posters. Whole bunch of them, new old stock. Financial record book, a couple of those, Boy Scouts. Some sort of Department of Public Education, college certificates, diplomas or something. Whole bunch of this stuff. Some sort of Department of Education attendance awards from the 30s. The priest who cannot read. Okay, so there's still that much stuff left in it. I'm gonna run it and throw more down. And that's running $1, 15 seconds. Some billheads, more hotel stuff. Don't know what's in that envelope. Some more envelopes. There's a straight magazine without the cover. Fish Laws from Pennsylvania, 1978. Sterling Silver book. Some Christmas Carol books. Alumni Bulletin from Edinburgh College. Corning Glassware book. Postcards and photos. Somebody's artwork. A whole bunch of these photos of, they look like museum exhibits or something. I don't know what they are. And that one's in there. Kind of a nice photo in an old frame. And at the bottom of the box, there's some more billheads and assorted stuff. I got that. Thank you, Basketball. And if you just joined me, we're doing lots of stuff today in mostly flat rate boxes. And do you have customers yet, Bishy? Any old watches? Not today. I just had a watch show there a week or so ago. So this is this box. Some patterns. Why sleep? Care of toenails. Some sort of Christmas book. Colds, influenza, pneumonia, diabetes, health and happiness, long life. There's a Honer Harmonica's book. It looks like they bent a little bit. How to Get the Most Out of Life by Emily Post. I told her she should be live streaming it. Some sort of, it's like Senate committee hearing books, congressional stuff, the balance of power in Europe. There's You can give one to everyone. Some cards from somebody's wallet. The preparation of bear skins. This is an educational lot. Here's a lot of. They're all pirates cards. Probably not gradable, but they're there. Naga hide tag, Starkist advertising thing. Some sort of polishing cloth for your car. Some more baseball cards. A whole bunch of new old stock Burton Ale advertising coasters. More baseball cards. Molson new old stock coasters. Amber Bach advertising coasters, new old stock. Whole bunch of them. Advertising coasters. Yeah, lots of coasters. So that's what I showed, and there's all this stuff. There's a whole bunch of green stamps. I'll throw some more out there, but I'm gonna start it. It's running. $1, 15 seconds. Advertising calendar. Oops, it's a kids book. And a whole bunch of different saver stamp books. Green stamps, red stamps. Whole pile of receipts and stuff. And a bunch of stuff I didn't show. Thank you, Bad Phone. Wow, I had all that in there. It doesn't seem to go back in the same way it came out. Okay, the next one is cookie cutter. Whole box full. That's a Hallmark one, right? Yeah. Hallmark impression ones. Wilpin. Probably some Tupperware ones in there. They're all plastic though. There are some other lots that are tin. Um, Peanuts characters. I don't know. They look like this isn't Peanuts, but it looks like Peanuts character. I don't think it's Peanuts, but you get the whole box, and that is running. A gingerbread man that's missing his leg. Um, we can snap one of the legs off for you. You take one of the tin ones and bend its leg so it had a stump. Thank you, Ben. Oh, this was a heavy one. Oh, sheet music lot. I don't know. And no Pokemon cards at all. Standard organ pieces. Massive, massive book there. 1924. That was basically in there for filler. It's a whole box of sheet music. There are some other music books in here, but mostly sheet music. See, like that's a little music book. Pat, Mom, you can't ruin my wonderful mood today with your silly requests. It's nice out. There's no clouds, and it's going to be like 50 or 60 degrees today. Someone is out there thinking challenge accepted. 1940s, 1914 Laurel music reader. Okay, so those are that consists of the books, and the rest I think is just sheet music. Christmas carols, carols for Christmas. Then the rest of it, I believe, is for the most part just your standard sheet music. All sorts of different ages, all sorts of different conditions. These come from different places. There's a kind of a music book. Some of it's in plastic. Probably a lot of it from the 20s through the 50s. Remember Pearl Harbor, Glad Ragdoll, cover come off of that one. Little White Lies, Who Wouldn't Be Blue. Some neat artwork on these. Uh, but I'm going to run it. There's still that many in there, and they're mostly the standard sheet music. So that is running. And I'll throw some more out there as it's running. Oh, there's a clown. Hundreds and hundreds of them. Well, there's a portable milkers ad or flyer. That's not sheet music, but it's in there. Thank you, Bath Bomb. That was about half of what was in the box. So the rest will be a surprise for you. The next is a box of maps. Okay, these aren't all road maps. Wow, this is a quite stained and crinkled. But this is an Erie County official street map of the town of Clarence. I think that's in New York. I think, yes. Erie County, New York. But there's maps like that, not the best condition. Then there's road maps from all over the place, advertising ones, 1950s Cattaraugus County, real nice condition. Nice advertising ones. And there's some like this from the National Geographic. There's a New York one. Yeah, I don't have any Gulf of America maps, Bat Mom. These are all more valuable now, the ones that have the Gulf of Mexico in them. So this envelope had all sorts of stuff in it. From Colorado, it looks like. And you know, the funny thing is that, like, no matter what you think about Trump and everything, it's never going to be called the Gulf of America forever. Like, years from now, it's not going to be the Gulf of America, but there will be maps printed that say Gulf of America, and they'll probably be collectible to somebody. So these are real nice geological survey maps from Colorado. Nice condition on those. Those were in the. There's some more of those in there. Big pack of them. That looks like an old school map. Not the best condition. There's plat books from Warren County, Pennsylvania from 89 and 97. Those things are expensive. You have to buy them. So that's what I've showed you all that stuff. And there's more in here. It's not all just uh, road maps, but I showed you that. There's still that much left in there, but I'm going to run it. And it's running. I'll throw some more out there as it runs. Thank you, John. I think you're going to be happy with that lot. There's some of those maps. They're just such a pain in the butt to show on here. They're a pain in the butt to sell online in the first place, no matter how you do it. But there's some nice maps in there. Okay, welcome in. If you just joined me, I'm doing flat rate boxes full of ephemera and other things today. And the next one is going to be a box of magazines. And when I'm done, I will do some flash sales. If anybody wants stuff 60% off from my store. I don't know when that's from. Your Figure Beautiful, American, Better Living, Country Home, Arizona Highways, Arizona or St. Louis Cardinals football picture. That's not a magazine. SO Oilways, Civil War Times Illustrated, some random stuff in here. Bermuda Weekly, bird watching, old TV guides. Actually, I think I've got a couple more TV guides. I think I can fit these extra ones in. There's some more TV guides. Chevrolet Story, Wrestling Yearbook. Oh, a couple of Penthouse Forums apparently. The movies, American Film from 1982, Women's Day from 1975, Women's Day 1977. I'm gonna run it. Thanks for the follow, Cape. I'm gonna run it and throw more down there. There's still that many left in there, and it's running. Photo Handbook, Headquarters Detective, The American. That one's missing a cover. I think it's an American too. Old Red Book, another old rough Red Book, another Red Book. Coins. I don't know what that is. Some lady in her undies. Some Cycle magazines. The Christian Republic. Couple Newsweeks. Mechanics Illustrated. Couple rough coupler magazines about train parts from a factory up in New York, and Field and Stream from 1963. And that is the whole lot right there. And if you're into motorcycle magazines, one of the other boxes is full of nothing but motorcycle magazines. Thank you, Rag. And if you're really into BMW magazines and you buy the big lot of nothing but cycle magazines, I do have a bunch more BMW magazines that I could hook you up with. But I'm not sure when that's coming up, but it's in the list of motorcycle magazines. There was no Hustlers in there, Batmom. Do you need some Hustler magazines? I don't think I have any Hustlers. The guy that came and got the van load of porn when I moved from the store, I think he took all the Hustlers. Any matches? Uh, any matches? I no. Well, not specifically. The one box that has the. If you look at my other listings, the box that says nice, it has some matchbooks in it. Lots of them, but yeah, nothing specific. That one's a foot. I'm going with a cowboy hat. All right, these are plastic and metal ones mixed. Some Tupperware ones. That thing. That one's a donkey. Big range of ages. I'm gonna run it. Just a mix. Whole flat rate box full of them. It's running. Hey Annie. plastic and metal. And the next item is another box of cookie cutters. Thank you, Alcon. Another box of cookie cutters is coming up next, and there's some new old stock ones in there. There's a Vienna glass cookie stamp going in there. There's some of these Wilton ones still on the card. You got handles. But there's some metal ones, some plastic ones. Kitty. Some flicks. Oh my. That was almost tragic. Clown. That's running. The one that fell was a little coffee pot. It's an odd shaped one. Ain't right. And if you've never seen one of Rag and Ribbon shows on here, give her a follow or bookmark some of her shows. Got some scheduled, I believe. She's a energetic and peppy seller. She's she's about the antithesis of me, but she's got good shows. Does a lot of trains. Okay, another photo album or photo box, and most of these I think are in these folders, early 1900s to probably 1930s, 40s. I'm gonna flip through them like I did before. There's tons of them. It's like a confirmation photo. I was coming out of the thing with a wedding photo. More wedding photos. A little puffy dress. And these are the kind that stand up on their own, for the most part, anyway, in slot. It's like a priest. And I am going to do a 60% off sale in my buy now at the end of this today, that I'll let you make requests from. So if there's a lot that you're not interested in, but you're interested in other stuff, you could look through my buy now and make a list, and I'll take requests when I'm done selling the boxes. I'll run that stuff at 60% off for you. Some wedding photos. That one's empty. Nice folder. Look, man, just join me. We're doing bulk lots of stuff today. This one's antique photos, a lot of turn of the century stuff. Same guy decompose. Same guy, same pose. Upside down. That one's a cute one, tinted. It's got a cross on the front of it. Nice little confirmation photo. Okay, I'm gonna run these. That is not all of them. There are still that many left in the box. The box is about half full still. But I'm gonna run it and throw them down there until the time runs out. But you're gonna get everything in the box whether I get through them or not. So that is running in the whole box. That's a nice one. Whole box of antique photos. Most of them are in the stand-up folder frames that pop out and can stand on the shelf. Thank you, couples. And the rest are going to be a surprise for you. It's not getting any packaging. That's in there. I don't think it'll break. But keep that in mind. There is a glass piece in there. It should be well protected within the middle of all the rest of those. And old magazines. I have done some old magazines. I think there's some more lots. Take a look down through and see what the titles say and the pre-listed stuff. I know there's magazines mixed in here. Six are mixed. And I'm just going in order. So that's the lot. Some old school composition books. Some Random ephemera thrown in there. Advertising stuff, receipts, photo of a photo. Christmas stamps, some envelopes, Walt Disney, American or Allegheny Airlines ticket book. This is a whole envelope full of, I don't know, tapping the rubber tree, bringing in the latex. Uh, um, Looks like it must be from a rubber factory. A whole bunch of rubber related stuff, photos, green stamps, historical map, Dwight Eisenhower's school from Warren, some certificates. There's another Canard line that was out of a scrapbook, but it's a menu. More green stamps, books, MetLife advertising. I don't know what's in here. Handwritten something or other. I didn't, I don't know. Home nursing handbook, financial report from some Catholic church from 1930. Buffalo and Brandy. Anybody know who Buffalo and Brandy were? Like Mork and Mindy, only not Mork and Mindy. Some sort of blueprints or survey map. Prudential advertising. Looks like some sort of embroidery, whatever you call those. All right, that's how much I've went through, but there's still that much left. So I'm going to start the time and throw more out. But you get the whole box whether I get through it or not, and I'm not going to get through it. And it's running. Some sort of airplane schematics, letterheads, advertising brochures. Cathedral of Tomorrow, today. It's like maps, some old postcards, maybe some negatives in there, greeting cards. I don't know, a bunch of bill heads and receipts, all sorts of stuff. This has got tons of receipts and stuff, papers at the bottom of it. I don't know what all this stuff is. Lots of bill heads and letterheads at the bottom of that box. There's still a bunch I didn't pull out. Oh, thank you, Chad. And whoever asked about magazines, if you're still here, this next lot says it's magazines. So 6S is a box of magazines. American Weekly, that's like a newspaper. 1944. Family Circle, 1955. And this is puffy because somebody pressed a whole bunch of fall flowers, leaves in between the pages. I don't know. They're staying there. Art Films, 1964. Countryside Magazine from 1930. Desert, 1958. Numerous desert magazines. The Independent, 1913. National Geographic from 59 and 62. Art and Archaeology, 1920. Independent from 1909. National Geographic, 1916. National Geographic with quite a bit of wear from 1916. Popular Electronics, and I'm going to run it while I try to flip through the other half of the box. You're getting the entire box full, mostly magazines, and that's running. Family Camping, there looks like a Korean English dictionary, a Billy Graham book, a Great Cure hardcover book, Reader's Digest from 1947, Baby Care Manual, photography from maybe 19, I don't know when, Popular Photography, Popular Photography, C Classics, Consulting Engineer. I looked that one up. I couldn't find it. They must be pretty scarce. I didn't see a price on it. Lamp, 1961, 1952, more lamps. Mechanics Illustrated and Greater Niagara Vacation Land. Thank you, Bath Bomb. And there's still some down in there that I didn't get. That'll be a surprise. You unlock casual shopper level. You're going to be up to Apex Hoarder level real quick. And if you've never used the rewards program on here, if you click that crown in the upper right hand corner up there, in anybody's show that has one, that tells you what kind of discounts you can get. Okay, the next lot is going to be a lot of 45s, and these are 7-inch singles, vinyl records. I think they're all country. If not, they're primarily country. These are all in the sleeves. The ones I've looked at have been in real nice condition. Um, well, that wasn't country. Most of them are country. Bellamy Brothers, Razzie Bailey, Kathy Mattea, Jim Glazer, Janie Fricky, Dan Seals, Juice Newton, Mel Tillis, Kenny Rogers. They're all, I think, in very nice condition. Like I said, I haven't looked at all of them. I just pulled them out of the same box that I got them in. And these are like the same box that last week I had some. But they're all in very nice conditions, any of the ones I've looked at. Whole box full. And it is running. A lot of 80s and 90s, primarily country music. And they're all in the sleeves. There's hundreds of them. And it works out pretty good selling in this way because this is, I think, you can cram these in here and it's probably cheaper than media mail for that many records. And thank you, Bath Bomb. And I think we got doll heads next. You don't like doll heads? Raggedy Ann doll heads. They're creepy. That one's porcelain. I ripped it off a doll. But the rest are rubber and vinyl and plastic. A lot of these are probably from the 60s and 70s. There's some fake Care Bear heads. Two of those. Several of these. Several of these. There's a Miss Piggy head. There's a little kid with a bottle. It comes with hands. There's a monkey. You can make yourself your own Monchichi. How much? How much does it cost? Everything starts at $1 today. I'm just running the whole flat rate box full. This one here, it had it has pigtails and it had a rubber band holding them braided. The rubber band has, I don't know, solidified. That's the only one that's like that. And there's some of these doll bodies with no heads. Some Santa Clauses. Anyway, you get the whole box. And I think there was pre-bids on it. And that is running. So several dozen doll heads and faces. I think the he's got hands in there too, I think. Thank you, Bath Bomb. Whoops, almost forgot the porcelain one. And 6V is next. And it's like the sorted box. This one is busting full. Refrigerator manual. Rear gallery of art. 1967. Yankee Doodle book. It's just the cover. The book is gone. Sticker. Department of Agriculture. Raspberry culture from 1956. Envelope. Some sort of playbill. Care of the baby. United States stamps. Just going to throw a bunch of stuff down there. 1977 Fish Manual horoscope. What's this? This is there's a whole bunch of this. This is probably worthless, but I thought somebody I'm guessing dealers are going to buy a lot of this stuff today, and I thought somebody might be interested in looking through this. I flipped through it a little bit. This person died, and I got a bunch of their stuff. But this is from 1979 on the top here. But this is a whole packet of handwritten things from auctions where they wrote down how much they paid for everything and what they bought. It's it's worth flipping through just to see some of the prices that this person paid for things in auctions in the 70s, 40 years ago. I don't know what all this stuff is. I don't remember. There's so much here. Some photos, some receipts, like a wedding invitation, something from Annapolis, some newspaper clippings, some handwritten letters, notes, bulletin from Edinburgh. Uh, Stack of some rough looking cards, some sort of tests, handwritten school tests, some newspapers from Cochranton, Pennsylvania from the 30s. Okay, so you saw how much I pulled out of this box. That's how much the box went down. It is crammed full. I mean, this is, you could piece this stuff out for weeks. Um, some sort of hit and miss book. I'm gonna run it, and I'll throw more out there as we go. But it's crammed full of similar stuff. It's just a bunch of it. So that is running. Old newspapers, Chautauqua car thing, some sort of hockey picture, baseball picture, press photos, Louise Mandrell, Buck Owens, some menus, some photos, some sort of diploma from 1936, uh, new old stock letterhead from Britain's Greenhouse, which was just down the road from where I'm at now, about 5 or 10 miles. Oh, there's all sorts of stuff. Magazine cover, a bunch of little stuff. Knights of Pythias, and it's still that full. I don't know how it's all going to go back in there, Rag. It's almost, my stack right here is as tall as the box. It's crammed full. It's going to be rounded. It's going to be dome shaped. And 6W is going to be more sheet music. And if you just joined me, we've got flat rate boxes full of ephemera for the best part. There's some other stuff other than ephemera here and there. Okay, I don't think this is all sheet music, but it's a lot of sheet music, and there's playbills. Goodyear Theater, 1929. But oops, 1968 playbill. More playbills, some opera house tickets, the choir leader magazine or newspaper type thing from 1930s. Several of those. There's a choir leader from 1927. More choir leaders from the 30s. And those have basically sheet music with a little bit of articles in there. Some more playbills. Now somebody glued this to the back so they could put it in a magazine or a 3-ring binder scrapbook. But that's an Ice Capades uh, program from 1959. Melody Fun, guitar book. Some of it's rough. See, that's rough. It's horrible. Some of it's in real nice condition, but a lot of it is that type of sheet music. There's a Downbeat magazine from 1970. Got some retro stuff as well as some antique stuff. Some really cool covers on some of them. But you got okay. There's oops. I guess that's not all sheet music, but a whole bunch of sheet music. There's some those type of music things, and then the bottom of the box. I don't know why I put these together. This isn't sheet music, but that is all music. And there's a whole bunch of these, and they all are in these plastic envelopes. Great Men and Famous Women, a series of pen and pencil sketches. And these are pretty scarce. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. There's almost 20 of them. Like 18 is what I counted real quick. And if you look these up, these are pretty scarce. And they've all got these very nice engravings and prints in them, as well as articles or stories or whatever. I'm not sure what the date is, but they're pretty scarce. Fairly nice condition, a little bit of wear around the edge, mostly on the cover, but the engravings inside are nice. Like I said, there's 18 of those. So you got a whole bunch of those, and then that stack of. I'm just selling the whole box, Grove. So if you want them, you gotta just bid, and you're gonna get the sheet music with it. But it is running, and I'm just lazy. I think these things are fairly good if you look them up. They're just something that's there's not many of them out there. It's not like you can do a search and find a bunch of these. Um, and they're all different. All those ones They're like part one, part two, part seven. And then the rest of it is sheet music. Just like a gypsy. Thank you, Beth Bombs. And it looks like there's another lot of cookie cutters next. All plastic, some semi transparent ones, some Tupperware, some Hallmark, Wilton, Robin Hood flower advertising ones. Whole box, and they're all plastic. Thank you, Rag. And it is running. My mail carrier isn't real excited, I don't think either. He's got one of those little well, they're not little, they're bigger than they look. Those Honda Elements that look like a little box on wheels. It looks like a cargo van mated with like a station wagon, and it had a baby. It fit a lot of stuff in there. They're a lot bigger inside than they look. I have to get Butterfly on that. Gave him some, she's giving him some cookies and banana bread and stuff. I think from that we brought home from auctions before. Thank you, Miranda. And here's another lot of magazines. 6Y. This is cars and motorcycles, I believe. I don't know. It abbreviates the title, and I can't see the whole title. 1975 Cars and Parts. Motor Life with a loose cover from 1956. Motor Trend with a loose cover from 1953. Another Cars and Parts. There's a little skier picture. 1975. Cars from 1954. Cars and Parts. Binghamton Autorama. Antique Automobiles. Car Collector and Car Classics. Antique Automobiles. 10-year Town Highway Improvement Program. 1952 from New York. Some sort of Saab manual. 2004 advertising calendar, still in the envelope. Oh, this maybe not all be car stuff because there's a cookbook. There's a literary digest. Oh my, he's abusing that baby. 1938. There's an antique monthly newspaper. Electrical engineering in 1945. Buffalo Business. Hit Parader Fur fishing game from 1963. Alaska, 1963 and 1960. Field and Stream from 1964. And I've showed you all those, and there's still that many in there. So I'm going to run it and throw more down as I go. But you're going to get the whole box whether I get through it or not. And it's mostly old magazines. And that's running. So there's a Field and Stream 64, Time World War II, TV Guide. Don't know when that's from. Elvis on it. Some downbeat jazz magazines from 1970 and 71. Jazz Festival from 95. Vital Look 1961. Sea Classics. Second World War. Another Sea Classics. More Sea Classics. The Crap Family. St. Nicholas something or other. There's a People from 1984. Modern Maturity from 93. American Machinist with a loose cover from the 40s. New Mexico from 2007. Radio Mirror. And there's a few more down in there too. Thank you, my gang. Okay, the next box is 6Z, and this is another big lot of photos. A lot of 8x10s in here. And like all this stuff comes from different estates. Um, whole box full. Lots of 8x10s. So there's like that many that are like 8x10s. I don't know that I'm not saying that there's like $1,000 photos in here or anything. They're the 8x10s that you would expect to see from dead people's stuff. Pictures of their family, pictures of things, just stuff. Dead deer, dead bunnies, UFOs. Flying Disc Mystery, 1948. Some dude in his car. But you get the idea. I mean, they're 8x10s. People, groups of people. Some of them are perfect. Some of them are rough, like that one. Looks like somebody rolled it up. Some pictures of cars. Those were really cool looking pictures. They look like advertising pictures, but there's car ones are rough. There's some from what looks like a Halloween party or something at a children's hospital. You got little kids in bed there in costumes. But you still got that many of them. So I'm just going to toss them down there, pull them up a couple like this to show. There's tons of them. Then the box is still that full. And there's some of the fold out kind, fold out into little stand up frame type. So I'm gonna just throw some out there because I think there's some other different type ones in there. exact type of photo with a frame. And then there's some photo on boards, various conditions, various subjects. There's a little girl's confirmation photo. There's glass in that. And then this is just all sorts of different types of photos. I'm going to run it and I'm going to throw down some more as it's running. You get the whole box, and that is running. It's like a memorial photo there, but it's pretty rough on the edge. And there's some more modern stuff. There's a CD from Walmart. Don't know what's on it. Thank you, couples. And there's still a bunch down in there. That'll be a surprise for you. Sure what that was, some sort of scientific looking thing. And 7A is next. And it says random ephemera, I think. Some sort of tornado book from northwestern Pennsylvania in 1985. There's a bunch of tornadoes that year. Some sort of playbill from the 1970s. Lockport High School, New York, 1984. Yearbook from Pembroke High School. Don't know where that's at. Bishy, you having fun? Bishy's having a yard sale. Something, a couple things from the MGM Grand. Oh, there's oh, I can't tell whether I can't see the mod bubble around it, Bishy. I've got the phone jacked up so high I can barely see it, so I can look down on it. I know, Bat Mom. I'm trying to get through these. Who would you like me to offend? You just put it in the chat who you would like me to offend or what group of people you'd like me to offend, and I'll just start ranting and offend people while I sell stuff. There's an International Harvester Manual. Butterfly started posting memes to her Facebook page. I think she's on a mission too. Farmer and Wildlife. These look like these are from like the 50s here. And those are in real nice condition. Books about game and animals. That is part of a book. It's just ripped out. School of Pharmacy, Start Your Own Business, more more animal books. Midnight Fantasy. I wonder what this is. It's got a little pencil with it. There's one I did some a lot with sports cards earlier. There is one lot near the end. If you look at my listings, there's one lot with sports and has some sports cards in it. Some baseball cards. Apparently, this is a prom booklet. I don't know, some letters or something. All right, I'm going to start it and get all that crap, and there's still that much in there, and I'll keep laying it down while it's running. So that is running. Seattle World's Fair, Moose Club Magazine, GE Annual, Lakewood High School from 1907. That's in New York. The New Home Decorator. Thing about dead dinosaurs. Dog Care, New York. Refinishing Furniture. Art Education Drawing Book. Good News for Household Workers. AAA Tour Book. 50 State Capitals. And there's still a few more things down there. Bath bomb, we got through most of them. Thank you. And 7B is next. That's sorted. Some sort of Hot Wheels poster. Hummel advertising catalog from Goble in 1979. Realistic hair beauty. Urban Chipmunk, Alvin and the Chipmunks movie poster. National Pittsburgh National Bank calendar from 1968. Here's some sort of poster. Matchbox poster. The Irvine storybook. Bunch of John Hancock and Metropolitan Life advertising pamphlets, little books. Bicentennial decals. There's a hand painted watercolor scene. That's a full page mailer. That's kind of neat. It's a fold out going out of business sale thing. Kelvinator freezer. I forget what that is. Say it's advertising. Few 8x10s. Calendar from Bradford Era newspaper in 87. Calendar of trucks. 87, 86. Calendars. Car calendars, advertising. So all sorts of miscellaneous stuff. Old magazines. Yes, I've been selling old magazines today. Look at my other boxes that I've got listed. There's probably some that say magazines on them if I haven't sold them all. 1941 New York Herald Tribune magazine. It looked like it's all there. It's in the condition you would expect a paper from 1941 to be in. And this is the Sun from 1939. I don't know what some sort of certificates. Church of Heavenly Rests. I'm not sure what that is. Some sort of health insurance thing. There is a cable guide magazine. All right, I'm gonna start it. There's still that much in there, and the scrapbook is one of the ones that I tried to sell a few weeks ago. Um, it's all newspaper clippings, I think, and that is running. So get the whole box full. Santa Fe advertising hardcover Misty of Shinkotique book with the dust jacket, couple Oriental paint by number on velvet. There's a horse paint by number on velvet. Some military photo stuff. Tomahawk fact sheet. Some sort of military fighter jet stuff. Photo of a little girl with a violin. Class photo from Chown School, wherever that's at, in 1941. And some empty or mostly empty sheets with stamps and thank you, Beth Phone. Yeah, check the other auctions. Like Rag said, and give her a follow while you're waiting for me to bring up the next thing. She's got all sorts. She's probably got how many shows do you have scheduled, Rag? Like 2 dozen or something? Okay, another box of doll heads is next. This is similar to the first box of doll heads. Similar. That one's rubber. You got a bunch of these that are plastic. These little stacks are in quantity. Several there. Several there. We'll come in. There's another rubber one. Grocery store doll. A couple of the little boys that have he's holding a bottle in his hand. Some witches. Some cupid looking ones. It's all dirty. But I don't think the ones underneath are because they're brand new. Little black girl ones. A couple of Miss Piggy one, or at least one Miss Piggy one. Some of those Raggedy Ann ones. A couple of these doll bodies with no heads. There's one of those bears. There's some different kind of witches. Whole box full. All new old stock. And that is running. No porcelain heads in that one. There'll be over 100 of them. Thank you, Grove. And if you've never checked out Grove Harlot shows, you got to be up in the middle of the night half the time to watch those. But they sell in the middle of the night, and they've got all sorts of Why didn't that do that? Oh, now it's starting to glitch out on me on my laptop. Yeah. Grove Harlot, right above you in the list. They might have other shows at other times, but a lot of times they're on in the mornings when I get up. But they've been on for hours. Yeah, and they always have those owls in their gallery images. Hi, Junkie. I don't even know whether you're joking or not because I don't know whether there's children's books even in here. Hey, Junkie, Chip and Sissy yesterday, they had one of those trade cards that I gave you, that one of the little kitty. She really has to go. All right. This is a box of new old stock greeting cards. This is a stack. These are like this. I'm just going to run it. They're brand new. These things have prices on them like $3 or $4 a piece or whatever. And it's going to sell for a very small amount. But they're all new old stock, and there's a bunch of envelopes there, and there's some in quantity. So it's running, and I'm going to run 7R next because Junkie has to go eat cheesecake. Hey, Ghost. Yeah, Chip and Sissy, they were just pulling boxes out of those random postcards, and they had a full trade card of that. It was for some jelly. Thank you, Bath Bomb. I couldn't afford them yesterday. Chip and Sissy got some really good postcards and trade cards, and they're selling them in nice little lots. So if you're into that stuff, they've got a show schedule for next Saturday. And I'm going to jump ahead because Junkie is special and has to go. I know I said I was just going to go in order, but it's 7 more. So if you're waiting for children's books, apparently on 7R, I'm going to do them right now because Junkie has to leave. I gotta. These are stacked up, so I have to move all the stacks to get down to them. That's what I was going for, Jimmy. So this is 7R. It's all kids' books, I think. There's a Peanuts book. I don't know when it's from. It's one of those. Raggedy Ann Goes Sailing, 1943. Missing the cover. These are not all perfect. Peekaboo's at school. They're not wearing any pants. Rough. Read aloud puppy stories. Rough. Peeps at our pets. I think that's a reproduction. Yeah, souvenir of the old schoolhouse. Puppies and kittens linen. Less than perfect. ABC's apples and buttons and cod liver oil with the dust jacket hardcover. A 1997 Ronald McDonald coloring calendar. If you have a if you give a pig a pancake, my mama says there aren't any zombies, ghosts, vampires, creatures, demons, monsters, fiends, goblins, or things. Before I go to sleep, Sally's Room, Berenstein Bears in the Night, rough spine, hardcover, nice condition. The Bears Christmas, the Berenstein Bears. Five Little Firemen, not the best condition, little book, little golden book. The new basic readers. I don't think this thing is used at all. It's like an activity book from 1958 or something like that. Jokes and riddles. Where's the rocking horse? Famous planes and pilots. Old Hansel and Gretel. That's pretty rough. A couple Spider-Man comics. Foodland coloring book. Children of Mexico. Santa's Workshop. This is a pop-up book, and it is not in the best condition, but Popeye the Sailor comic, The Book of the Earth, Curious George, Madhouse Comics. There's a Cracked magazine from 1987, Batman coloring book, Pat the Pilot. That's another one of those school activity books. Rainy Day Playbook, Whopper paint book, partially colored in. I'm going to run them while I run the rest of the stuff. Ishy. So it's running. We got a Jesus book. Here's a Boo Boo Bear. Put an ice cube inside of me, and I make Boo Boos bearable. Tron with the record storybook. Story of the Dune quintuplets. Pillsbury Bake Off book. McKeever and the Colonel comic book. We Love You, Snoopy. And the last one is Forest Babies to Color. Somewhat colored in. So, whole flat rate box full of kids' books. Thank you, Junkie. Enjoy your cheesecake party or whatever you have to do that's more exciting than listening to me today. I want to get done so I can just go outside and stand where it's not. I think this is the first day that it's not below freezing in 2 weeks. So we get back to where we were, which was 7E. Okay, this is a lot of photo albums and scrapbooks and stuff. These ones here, oh, I dropped one. These ones here came from a photo album. This was the photo album, most of the photo album that I showed last week that nobody wanted. I think it was green. I took the pages out. They're more modern. They're still like 30-year-old pictures, probably, maybe 40 on some of them. I don't know. But that, and here's kind of a scrapbook photo album. South Dakota maps and needlepoint. I don't know. I doubt it. I had a needlepoint thing earlier, but I'm kind of just selling bulk stuff. I don't know. I had a whole bunch of maps. There might be more, but I don't know about South Dakota. Lots of Polaroids. Looks like army barracks and a lot of car pictures in this one. I'm going to show these pretty quick. Army military police car. They've they've captioned everything so you know. Backyard. Fort Sheridan. There's a museum with a tank. There's Jill. There's some race car photos. There's class of 78. And then there's this one. Kid at a picnic table. I'm going to show these real quick. I'm guessing these are from the 70s around then too. Trains, out west stuff, California, Circus is at Vegas. Fly fishing. And this is the last one. And this is the same dude that had the one earlier that had the race cars and the military stuff. More of the same. Polaroids of race cars and military stuff. Mostly bases. There's some military patches, some postcards. Looks like Farrah Fawcett. I don't know if the autograph is real or not, but it's an 8x10 of Farrah Fawcett and a Corvette. There's a love letter, Elvis picture, some race car and military stuff, more postcards, and a letter in the back. So that's the lot. It's running to get all that. It's the one I just showed you. That whole one, that one, and then the inside to save weight and space, that family photo album. Thank you, man. Take your name. And the next one is going to be a necktie lot. A lot of mid-century looking stuff. And I think there's probably some pretty good value here in some of these if you want to take the time to deal with them, or if you're a vintage clothes seller. I am not going to show all these. I'm going to show some of them though. I'm just pulling them out of the top. A lot of mid-century stuff with some crazy designs. Some of them are name brand that you'd probably recognize if you're into it. It's a Manhattan. Looks like an ink stain or something there. These are the way I got them. I haven't laundered them. I haven't tried to get any stains out. It's not like they're all horribly stained, but like that one obviously had one. Yes, I have a 30% off sale on my website today, beforetimes.shop. Um, and like I said earlier, if you won giveaways in the past few weeks, you can use them today and save, use that coupon and save even more. This is a Fred Wise chain-worthy satins. They're very cool ties. I mean, they're that one a little bit rough. And when I bought these, I paid a small fortune for these. And I thought, well, I'm going to piece these out. And they've been sitting here forever, and I have not pieced them out so far. Looks like some coffee splatter on that one and some wear. They must have liked that one. This one here, do you see what that is? That's like little embroidered squirrels eating a nut. That one's got tigers. Kind of an airbrushed leaf pattern on that one. Oh, I don't know how many is here. There's probably hundreds of them, hundreds and hundreds of them. I'm guessing. This is Town Craft. A lot of these are made in the United States too. They're older. So if you're not into ties and reselling of men's clothing and accessories, and you know somebody that is, tag them quick, because this is a nice big lot. And whoever had these was, I mean, they collected them. This came from one person. Um, this one here is a rooster. Nice tie. Dave Brothers is kind of a, I don't know what you call that tie. It's a straight one. Okay, so you get all those ties, and there's the box. It is still jam packed full. So you're getting the whole flat rate box full of them. And look with what care I threw them in there. But all sorts of cool designs. You get them all. It's running $1, 15 seconds. Hundreds of them. Almost all of them are mid-century. Thank you, Bragg. Rag, when you go to price some of those, look some of them up. You see something that looks odd, look them up because some of those are really good guys. And 7G is next. A whole lot of railroad stuff. Yeah, I paid a small fortune for those. I've still got some more left. I pretty much crammed a flat rate box full of them. Uh, but yeah, I found those one time. I thought I would piece them out. And they're just so hard to take pictures of. like all this stuff, I wasn't gonna sit there and get into the men's accessories category and try to sell them one at a time for $5 for the next 3 weeks. So this box is all railroad. I don't know what Rag if you got the right crowd, but I don't know if your crowd would be into that. You see, I mean, there's just some plain ones in there too, but you find a lot of dead people stuff, and they've got just ties. But there were some pretty nice prints in there. So this is all railroad and train related. So there's something from the Reading lines from 1928, a letter. There's railway age from 1957. There's an envelope with stuff in it from 1959 from the National Railway Historical Society. Rails Across America, comic book, Canadian Pacific dining car service menu, 1951 Yearbook of Railroad Information, Eastern Railroad President's Conference, Pennsylvania Railroad something or other, a Yearbook of Railroad Information, 1940, Railway Digest from 1957, repair facilities and locomotives. I don't know when it's from. Pulling passengers from Harvard University, 1957. Railroad transportation from 1949, a statistical record. The Coronation Scott. I don't know when that's from. Canadian Pacific envelope. I don't know, some kind of envelopes that were railway related. Buffalo insert from the Sunday paper in Buffalo from 1957 that deals with trains. I don't know what's on in all these envelopes and letters, but they were railway related, I believe, is why they were put in there. Um, this is a newspaper. I don't know why it's in there, but it came from the Birmingham Southern Railroad Company. New York Central Headlight Magazine from 1957. New York Central Railroad Company from 56. Some sort of railroad comic book. GE locomotive pamphlet. Pennsylvania Railroad from 1953. A railroad story. I don't know when that's from. New York Central Lines Magazine, 1930. Steam locomotive, 1960. Baldwin locomotives from 1948. These got folded and bent up a little bit, but there's several of them. New York Central System forms. Whole envelope full of something here. I don't know what these are. Some sort of magazines or books or something that were railway related. Uh, some more of them. More Pennsylvania Railroad. Okay, and then I got a whole, there's like at least a handful here. I think these are from different railroads. Baltimore and Ohio. I don't know if they're all B&O or not. They're not, but different railroad pencils that have the railroads in them. There's more in the box here. But you're going to get all that stuff that I showed you, plus all the pencils, and there's still that much in there. But I'm going to run it and start the time, and you're going to get the entire box full. So that is running. More comic books. Federal Aids, Railroads of America, 1939, Railroad Magazine from 1949, Lehigh Valley Centennial, missing the cover. There's some train tickets, something from 36, Railroad Film Directory, Chronology of American Railroad, Steel Rails, Baltimore and Ohio, LNN. Thank you, Bath Bottom. There's still more down in there. And some little stuff too. And the next lot is going to be some more greeting cards. And I think a lot of these are Easter cards. So I'm going to show them about it quick as I showed the last lot. These are all new old stock. Some might have some a little bit of wear from storage or being shoved in its box, but they're brand new. There's one for your baby. It's your first Easter. I don't know when these are from. They're not super old. Like they're $3.50, $3.50 for a card. So they're relatively modern, but get a ton of them, and they come with the envelopes. So that is running. Lots of Easter ones in here, I think. Yeah, if you give your uncle a Easter card, you'll be set for the next, well, till your uncle dies. You can give him the same card every year. Yeah, thanks again, Bath Bomb. And 7i is next. And this is another box of photo and postcard albums. I'm going to show them briefly. Photo album, but these look like postcards. Yeah, these are postcards. Can you see them? Oh, they fold out too. Oh, look at that. But they're chromes in here anyway, for the most part. A lot of souvenir chromes. And the same deal here. There's some loose ones. Oh, that's one of those. Oh, I forget what you call those. It's not really lenticular, but it's like 3D. So partially full. Again, these ones fold out, however. I mean, they do have some age to them, but they're chromes. And the one I pull out doesn't have a date on it. It's 1963, so they're not like chromes from the 90s or anything. And this is from the same guy. This one here is from the same guy. The other race car and military stuff one was from. And this guy, these are probably from Western Pennsylvania. That's Bradford. I don't know. Sometimes people like these old race car photos if you can figure out who they are and where they're from. From Belmont. That one's from Olean, New York. Belfast, New York. Olean. Cyclone, PA. Bent, but there's a Quaker State sticker, some souvenir decals, somebody's hair. Look at that. More postcards. That's from the Elvis Museum. Maybe it's Elvis's hair. I don't know. It's not Elvis's hair. Okay, so you get that one. Another retro one. And this has black and white ones in there. 1925. Some of these are identified, it looks like. Some real photo postcards. Now, you can see when some of these that fell out, like they were ripped out of things. I didn't make this up, but it looks to me like somebody made up. I don't know if they all came from the same family or whether they just made up something that I thought was neat. But they're black and white snapshots. And one with a horsey. Looks like there's some sort of letter in there. Some Christmas cards. Happy birthday to my wife. Valentine or something. And one more in this lot. And I'm going to start it. You're getting all these, and I'm going to show this last one as it's running. So you get all the ones I've showed you for this box, and it's running. And this looks must be like scrapbook. And these are not all from the same people, but this one, that one with the race cars, is from the same person that the other lot earlier was. She get that whole lot. Thank you, Tag Finder. And here is the lot of motorcycle ones. Like I said, if somebody really likes these and likes the BMW ones, I've got a bunch more of them. You message me or hang out until after I'm done with these boxes. I can either make up another box of them or do something. But heavy box, I think it's all motorcycle related. Um, I have no watches to speak of because I just had a watch show. You must have missed my watch show. If you use the search on the homepage for things like watches, then you can find auctions that have watches. And it's probably more effective than asking in random shows. Although you are free to ask about anything in my show. Just trying to help you out. If you Most people don't search on this site. So a lot of these are BMW news, BMW on. And like those are from the 90s. They're not real old. Um, they're in pretty nice condition. BMW owner news. Lots of BMW. Oh, it shouldn't pull them that way. Tons of them. Okay, so those are all BMW ones. Like I said, afterwards, if somebody is into these things and wants a ton of them, we can work something out. I've got a lot more. Uh, but the rest of this box is not these. It's different stuff. But it's all motorcycle stuff, I believe. 1967 Triumph pamphlet. 1968 Triumph pamphlet. Nice condition. Cycle Illustrated from 1969. Cycle Guide from 1969. Modern Cycle. I don't know when that's from. Quite the pinstriping job on that. 1969 Cycle. 71 Special Choppers. Cycle from 69. Custom Chopper from 71. Cycle World from 67. Shop Talk Auto Lights advertising thing. There's a Triumph pamphlet from 1968. I'm guessing these Triumph pamphlets probably have some decent value by themselves. Um, Holly High Performance, Cycle World 69, Cycle Guide 70, Cycle 1969, Cycle World 1968. And I'm going to start it. That one's a Cycle World 1967. And there's still that many in there. But I'm going to run it. You're going to get the whole box, everything I've showed, plus whatever's in there. So it is running on all the motorcycle magazines. 1968 Cycle Illustrated, 1969 Cycle World, Cycle Guide 1968, Cycle 1969, 69, Tiger Sexta 60. That's not motorcycle. That's a joke book. Those are pretty collectible. More cycle magazines from the 60s. Road Test Cycle World 1968. Another one from 1968. That one's an old J.C. Whitney catalog from 1971. And Cycle World from 1968. Thank you, John. I'm guessing that was a really good deal on that. But I don't know. But like I said, if you're interested in more of those BMW magazines, message me later or link one of them boxes, and I can definitely get you some more of the BMW type. Real, real quick. And 7K is next. And this is a lot of tin cookie cutters or metal ones anyway. All metal. They're either tin or aluminum or enameled tin. And there's probably some stainless ones in there too somewhere. But there's some nice old ones in here. Handmade, a lot of them. Where's Ohio? There, you could make that a gimpy one-legged gingerbread man real easy. Five, two. Nice old music note. But I don't know. There's got to be well over 100 in here, I would think. I didn't count them. But I'm going to run them. It is running. There's a kitty. That one's a creamer. Bunny, spade. Oh, there's some of these. There's several of these down in there. These little tiny mirror ones from like mid-century. Oh, there's a horse down in there. All sorts of fun. Thank you, Alphon. And 7L more maps. Road maps. That one's South America, I think. South America. Oh, I hate unfolding these. Never get them back right. Tons of maps. I'm not going to unfold these for obvious reasons. Um, I'll be here all day trying to get them back together. This says Bancroft Sports Center, Bancroft in Ontario. There's some of these that are topo maps. And these maps are another one of these things I just don't like to deal with. I mean, if you ever go into a place that sells maps and see what the price of some of those topo maps are, kind of crazy. Uh, but they're just so hard to deal with. Advertising road maps, California, Pennsylvania, New York, Amish trail maps. Oh, the 51st state. There might be some from which talking about Canada. That turned around real quick. They had talked of 6 months ago it was going to be Puerto Rico was going to be the 51st state, and which I think is why the orange guy likes to talk about Canada being that because he doesn't want Puerto Rico in there as the 51st state. And I'm pretty sure that there was a pretty good chance Puerto Rico and or Washington D.C. were going to become states if he didn't win. Uh, I don't know. I not that I know of. I don't have an abundance of it. I'm in Pennsylvania, so any of that stuff I would get from Hawaii or something would be affluent rural Pennsylvanians that took a once in a lifetime vacation and brought stuff back. I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's from Quebec. You wanted the maps? Well, I'm going to run them here in just a little bit, but I'm doing flat rate boxes today, and I'm showing them briefly to get so you get an idea of what all is included. But I don't know if you saw me flash down some Hawaii maps, there might be some there. More Ontario stuff. Okay, so there's that many. I doubt there's maps of Hawaii, um, but there's still that much in there. So I'm going to start it. And that's running. Oh, here's a map of the solar system. Solar system doesn't exist. We all know the world is flat. There is no solar system. We've been lied to and indoctrinated by our elementary school teachers who are just in it for the money. They want to deceive us. The sun is just like a couple hundred feet off the ground. Thank you, Pip. And there's still a whole bunch in the box that I didn't pull out of there. Um, so there'll be a surprise, even more than those were. If you've never been to my shows before, I really don't think that the world is flat. Sometimes I tell Butterfly when I watch a show on here and somebody starts ranting about conspiracy theories, and I'll tell her about them. But no, I don't think the world's flat. If you do, that's great. I fully support your right to think that we live on a giant flat surface. Okay, here's another lot of magazines. 7M. Trivia Quest. I didn't even know that was a magazine. I don't know when that's from. Rangeland Love. Rangeland Love Stories. These are rough. There's two of them. Beautify your bust and instantly take 2 to 4 inches off your waistline. So, oh, Queens of the Badland range. These are pretty rough. Printed on that paper that's gets crispy. 1954 on that one. So I'm guessing that's when the other one's from. Reader's Digest, large print. That's some sort of calendar with motorcycles on it. This is some sort of motorcycle magazine without a cover. There's a centerfold from a motorcycle magazine. I think I threw these ones in here to keep the other side from collapsing and more filler than anything. Another motorcycle magazine without a cover, another motorcycle magazine without a cover. Cosmo from 1974, pretty nice condition. People magazine from 1981. McCall's from 91. Family Circle from 88. Red Book from 1975. And then here is some fairly yellowed TV guide from the 90s. Game news from Pennsylvania Game News from the 70s and 80s. There's a game news from the 50s. It's pretty rough. I don't know what that is. Jack's Day, the Neophyte Ship Modelers. This pack here, it's got a Bobby Kennedy. What was that? 1968. But there's some Kennedy assassination newspapers under there too. BMW News from 92. Travel and Leisure from 96. Coin World 2010. Coin World 2011. Another Coin World. And then these are kind of neat. I was trying to make up a box of these, and the rest of the box is this stuff. It's jewelry catalogs that are got some age to them. This is from 1985, but I didn't have enough for a full box. But the rest of this box is going to be jewelry catalogs. This is supplies. This is actually jewelry. And that one, I don't know when that's from. This one is from, I don't know when, but it's jewelry. This is also jewelry. I'm going to move these out of the way. More jewelry. Jewelry and equipment. And I'm going to sort these, and you get the whole box, everything I've showed, plus everything else that was left in the box. But I'm going to start it and show the rest of them real quick while it's running. I think the rest are all jewelry magazines and catalogs. So that is running 1987. Ross Simmons or Simons from 1987. Nassau Findings. There's a Chadwick's. Palm Beach Jewelry Collection. Thank you, Mama or Mommy. There's another couple down in there that I didn't get to. And 7N is next. And this is some sealed Playboys and some Maxims. Okay, there's these Playboys here. These three are basically going to be on the side for filler. 1980s. Ouch. Just paper cut myself in the buns. Uh, Basically for filler. But then there's how many does the title say? 9 sealed ones. So I don't know what the dates are on these. It's hard to tell without crinkling them all up and trying to. Oh, somebody wrote 97 on them. I'm guessing they're 90s. March '09. I don't know, but they're sealed. Never been opened in the privacy wrappers. So your mailman didn't know who was on the cover of the magazine, I guess, because like obviously you're getting a Playboy. Um, wasn't fooling anyone. Secret smut, yes. That was one thing that was interesting about being a mailman. You'd see all the people that got porn that you would never think would get porn. My favorite one was the accordion player at the local Baptist church. Yeah. So I'm gonna run them. There's 9 sealed ones plus those ones from the '80s, and then there's a bunch of Maxims, and it looks like I threw some more Playboys in the bottom. Uh, but it's running sealed, and there's a whole bunch of Maxims. That one's a Playboy, and looks like there's probably half a dozen Playboys from the '80s in the bottom there. '80s and '90s, 85, 96, 91, 89. Thank you, John. 7.0. These are catalogs, I think, for the most part. I don't see a date on that, but it's old. I'm guessing 40s or before. Selling must be records. There's a Lennox 91 holiday gift catalog, another Lennox catalog, some more Lennox catalogs. August 2002 early Ford reproduction parts catalog. Oh, and it's a monster. It's a 1985 spring and summer catalog, Montgomery Ward. It's got some foxing on the thing, whatever you call that, the band, but looks like it's never been out of that band. So I think it's in pretty good shape. 40-year-old Montgomery Ward's catalog. Right bias and full tape with trimmings. Yarn craft. wreaths for all decoration or all occasions, Afghans, needlepoint. There's somebody asked about needlepoint stuff. I probably weren't looking for that though. And plastic canvas, another yarn one. Nuns hand knitted apparel, hats and bags. Therese, I don't know what that's from. Mohair, fashions in wool, textured stripe. I don't know what that is. Something about quilts. Missing pages here. You can see Afghans, America, men's sweaters. Where did it go? (1932). I don't think it was like Catholic nuns. Must be the brand. Children's sweaters, Coats and Clark, women's sweaters, Columbia Men's Book, 1941. Basic buildings. Go from sweaters to building and architectural. Bird catalog. Auto body. I think that's missing the cover. Maybe this is the cover. There's a loose cover. Ford Field, 1951. Another one missing a cover. I think that's the Ford magazine there. 1951. Avon, FTD, 1966. There's a Larkin company. That's that company I was talking about earlier from New York. They made all this stuff like soap and brushes and cures and remedies and food. That's probably the back of that. A Parts Pups catalog, stamps from 1994, another stamps. All right, I'm going to start it. There's still some left, but I'll get through them. You can get the whole box full, everything I've showed, plus whatever else is in the box. That is a Fairbanks Morse Dealer Development News from 1948, and it is running. ATF Typographic Accessories, Bakelite Review Magazine from 1959. There's a record club, some sort of cassette. Posh Perfume, another Bakelite review. Radio and television. Davis Stewart, more Bakelite reviews. R.L. Carter Company. Thank you, Bath Bomb. There's still a few more in there for you. Uh, I tried to sell one of those Montgomery Ward's magazines lately for those catalogs, but they used to be pretty good. 7P. Black and white and color photos. Large lot. Okay. So you got some 8x10s. These are vintage, not antique. But then everything in there is smaller. There's some black and whites. There's a little photo album. And these are kind of stacked in there. Pretty good. Um, I'm just going to run this. Um, there's a little album down in there. This box here, if you've been to my shows the past few weeks or month, when I did, when I held up some little lots of photos, that's where the photos that didn't sell went. It was in here, like lots of photos that nobody wanted to pay $2 for or whatever. And it filled up about half the box, and then I just filled the rest of the box up with other stuff. So they're not all antique. There's some of them, like these ones here, are relatively modern. They've still got some age to them, but they're not super old. Like those are 2008, so they're not even 20 years old yet. Uh, there are older ones. It's just a mix. But there's probably thousands of them in there. You get the whole box full, and that's about all the more I'm going to show it. And that's running. Lots of 35 millimeter ones, retro ones from the 80s. I've got some older ones, but the whole flat rate box full. Plus the ones I dropped on the floor. Thank you, couples. And couples, I don't know if you were at any of my shows, but some of those black and white ones, I did those, just put up handfuls of them, and they sold, just handfuls of them sold. So I think you're good with making your money back on that pretty easy. 7Q is next. All right, more miscellaneous ephemera, I think. I think these were meant to be fancy for like resale or something. I didn't put them in there, but I think they're all the same cards, and they're in little packages with bows on them. There's some kitty cards, cards like that. You get all those cards. Oh, you can never have too much, couples. I probably brought, I think I bought around 35 banana boxes full into this room. And I thought, well, I'll just do nothing but sit on here 8 or 10 hours a day and just start selling. But I just can't do it. I've had a lot of sales in the past couple months since I brought this stuff over, but I just can't piece it out like that. I just don't have the willpower. Psoriasis, basic patterns. There's a giant postcard of Pittsburgh, a map of Salt Lake City, apparently. I don't know, patterns. some sort of receipt. I love you, mom and dad. Happy Mother's Day, mom. Some sort of instructions for tools. Yeah, she's ready, Reg. The thing is, I haven't made a dent. Well, this cleans up my room, or it will, but it doesn't clean up the other rooms. Lots of lots of handmade little kids cards. I made little hammers for his dad out of foam. Good news. What's the good news? Oh, you're the best. Happy Mom's Day. I don't know what that is. Some sort of Linux thing. Then there's a whole handful of greeting cards that aren't homemade that are probably used, and even more greeting cards. And there's some sort of local newspaper or something. I don't know. Congratulations. And this is one of those books they give you at the hospital where you can fill out the information and tells you how to raise your child in case you had no clue before you gave birth. There's a diploma from 1975. Godchild and Baby's Christening books. There's a giant poster of something. Here's another map of the solar system, apparently. Giant. Wilson Piano School from 1925, a certificate. Bald is beautiful. Pretty nice frame, little bit chippy, but it's got the glass. Give her a give her a wipe down and a new printing in there. I don't know what that is. Arts and prints. Nudity on the cover. Some unused wrapping paper with those. Machinist card. Stanley tool guide. All right, there's a bunch more in here. Uh, I'm gonna start it and let it run, and you're gonna get everything that's in the box like before. Some sort of letterhead from 1908. So it is running. Typewriter manual, Lockport graduation from 1942. Some cards and flyers, some letters, some sort of survey blueprint map. Oh, I did find 3 more straight magazines if you were sorry you missed out on those little guys. Texaco lubrication guide, People's Home Journal magazine, newspaper. And it's some a whole bunch of small stuff in there too. Some of those blotters. Thank you, Bathbone. Okay, and 7S, it's like cookbooks, got some pre-bids. And if you just joined me, I'm just running down through the pre-listed stuff. And afterwards, if you want, I will do some flash sales for 60% off my store items. And like I said before, this will be the last time I do that. And all the buy it now stuff will change. I'm going to get rid of it. It'll stay in the marketplace, but it won't be in my shows. And I'm going to put new stuff in there. So this is the cookbook lot. Cookbooks and recipes. This is Warren Cookbook from Warren, Pennsylvania. I don't know when this is from. It's old. But you can see somebody pasted 1923. Somebody pasted handwritten recipes and things they clipped out of like magazines and newspapers into the book. And then there's what the book looks like. They also pinned recipes in, which made the binding real loose. I mean, it's this book isn't in perfect condition, but see, they put lots of handwritten recipes into the book. There's stuff loose in there. They taped stuff in, made notes. Oh, just by itself, that's just wonderful if you're into that sort of thing. And there's Peter Wentz Cooks, 2004. I don't know who Peter Wentz is. Cooking with the Groundhog. I don't know when this is from, but it's missing the cover on the front. It's from Punxsutawney, where Punxsutawney Phil is on Groundhog Day. It's a local book, but it's missing the cover. Old and New Recipes by Abby Vervolt, whoever that is. Don't know the age of that one either. Pennsylvania Grange Cookbook, 1994, it says. 1993, limited edition, hardcover. Cookbook magazine of some sort, 1949. Then there's a whole bunch of these like little cookbooks, recipes, advertising flyers. There's Smart Shopper's Cookbook by Loita Wooding. This looks like it's probably from the 70s or something. 1972 hardcover for the dust jacket. And get these out of the way. So you got lots of little loose stuff. There's a Pennsylvania Dutch small cookbook, some recipe cards, little advertising cookbook pamphlets, care canning jars, cookbook, 52 recipes. This is uh, presenting the cookie swap, December 1954. I don't know where it's from. There are some recipe cards in there. Okay, you get all that. And then I'm not going to pull this stuff out. Recipe cards, clips, stuff clipped out of magazines. There might be some more little pamphlets in there, but I mean, I just threw them in there because they were, it looks like recipes, and it is what it is. Um, Probably not all salvageable. If you're into recipes and love recipes, I'm sure you'll enjoy yourself looking through that. But there's hundreds and hundreds of pieces of stuff that was clipped out. So you get all that together. And that is running. So you get all that stuff I showed you, all the cookbooks, all the pamphlets, including that Warren cookbook, which I thought was the neatest thing in there. This is a fairly collectible cookbook locally, but it was neat with all those things that people clipped out in there. Thank you, Rumpus. And 7T. Bishy worries about me, Rag. She's afraid I'm going to have a mental breakdown and break my New Year's resolution and start yelling at the chat. You're just afraid you'll miss it. All right. This is Sports Box. And it wasn't a full box. I was making up a sports box and I didn't get it full. So I threw in this giant scouting notebook from 1989 and all these baseball cards um, that are in top loaders that look like they're some big stars from the 90s. Um, I don't know. There's probably at least 100 cards in top loaders that are. But I'm going to show what's in the box and then I'll flip through the cards as it runs. Winston Cup thing from Charlotte, 50th anniversary, whenever that was. Forbes Field, 1969 picture album. It's the field that was before PNC in Pittsburgh. Uh, I don't know. Drawing prints of Willie Mays, dog tags of Mike Singletary, free cards inside. California's Card Show Digest, pocket pages from 1991. There's some uncut race car driver cards, some sort of haunted mansion card, some sort of uncut sports cards, Sports Illustrated for kids with Kirby Puckett. I don't know what this is, some sort of fold out thing of the Buffalo Sabres. There's a Richard Petty card, baseball card collectibles, a sheet of baseball cards, Weekend Sports from 1976, Willie Stargell photo, Pirates scorebook from 1975, Browns versus Vikings program from 1967, Big Penn State football for 2002, Super Bowl 14, whenever that was from, Baseball's Greatest Players, Sports Cards Traders 1990. I don't know what these are. Some sort of Pepsi posters or something. Third base coach. I don't know what that is. Baseball cards from 1990. Erie Orioles 1988 program. More Erie Orioles from 1989. Oh, there's more of these. We'll open them. Oh, the Kirby Puckett posters. I don't know if they all are or not. That's what was in that one with the Pepsi. And an NFL action from 1972. So you get all those, and you get all these sports cards, which I think they're mostly baseball. I'm gonna just flip through them as the time runs. I'm gonna start it. This one's not a baseball card. That one's some sort of ticket stub from what 2001 or something. But you're gonna get all those magazines and books plus all the cards, and it's running. Lots of McGuire stuff. Lots of McGuire stuff. Jeter, Ichiro, more McGuire, more McGuire. Thank you, Chad. I think you'll probably be happy with those cards. Okay, this 7U. This 7U is the last flat rate box. After that, the boxes are heavier. So if you've been here the whole time, but you didn't hear me say it in the beginning, those boxes at the end are going to cost more than $9.21. So you'll have to make sure you look at the shipping. They only start at $1, but they're like 25 pounds. But this is still flat rate. This is the last flat rate box. And this is a pretty nice box. There's all sorts of goodies in here. And for the most part, this is ephemera. It's not like little small stuff or anything that's collectible or anything like figurines or anything. It's pretty much ephemera. And I'm going to show to some extent. There's just so much in here. Some new old stock socks with the tags, some tickets. And these things, I don't remember what these are from, but these are, they're still sealed. I don't know if they were in cereal. I can't remember. They might have came in like Kraft macaroni and cheese or something. Tender Vittles. They came in tender Vittles. They're like little furry. I think I opened one somewhere, but then I think they're like little cat toys or something. Little furry animals. Get the heck out of here! You're scaring the ducks. Some souvenir decals. Timetables from 1954 for Greyhound buses. Race tickets from 1965 in Batavia, New York. Stare at tolls. I don't know, some sort of American Airlines ID card. Patches. Tiny photos. Kennedy Fire Department. Another Kennedy Fire Department thing from the 40s. Kodak advertising. A little tiny junior prom book from West Virginia University in 1927. There's some of these souvenir decals. There's photos. There's a My Little Pony, something or other. Negative. A little flock Christmas thingy. Some stickers, some stamps. More of those little cat toys. Here, we're going to open one. Well, then you should model the time busy so more people will show up. Oh, this is unboxing here. Oh, it's a pink mouse. I don't know. They might have catnip in them. Disney pins. I don't think there's any Disney pins in here. Du Bois Country Club. There's some Lost in Space cards or something. But you can see I'm not really scratching the surface of the box. So I'm going to just kind of show you handfuls. Oh, here's some shark teeth. There's a whole bunch of them. Little shark teeth. Some sort of Masonic belt thing. Leather. More Kennedy Fire Department stuff. Some sort of souvenir emblem. I think there's a coin in there. St. Clair Inn washcloth. Now there's some Jackonet hair nets. Sewing circle sewing kit. Featuring a gum envelope of some sort. Another sewing kit from A&P. Some green stamp stuff. Camel cigarettes wrapper. Some sort of arrow point stamps from Woolworth. Court plaster. Miami Heat ticket. There's some 35 millimeter slides in there. There's a whole bunch of these Dodge Duty. No, Double Duty. I can't read this backwards. A whole bunch of Tony Stewart Racing stickers. There's a whole bag of canceled stamps. It's a couple armbands and wristbands. I'm guessing they're from when somebody had a baby. Wow, look at all the goodies. Oh, there's just so much in here. You could piece out one at a time if you so desired. Religious stuff. And there's a whole bunch of 35 millimeter slides. There's a typewriter ribbon canister. Little booklets. There's some Confederate money, reproduction stuff. Some postcards. Pennsylvania Chief of Police stuff. Die cuts. There's some matchbooks. Gibraltar souvenir things. Coasters, checkbook cover. All right. There's some new old stock matchbooks and matchboxes. Oh, there's so much stuff in here. Baseball cards down in there. I'm gonna run it. It's just there's thousands of pieces of stuff. And it is running. All sorts of goodies. Great for crafting, reselling. This will take you quite some time to get through. You won't get through it in a couple hours. Thank you, Rag. Okay. So that was the end of the flat rate boxes. These next boxes, make sure you check the shipping before you bid, because if you're in California, it's going to cost a fortune to send some of the stuff. But this stuff is all big and it won't fit in, like it's longer than will fit in a flat rate box. That's why I put it in these larger boxes. And I think there's only 4 of them or something. And then the last box, I think, is a whole box of scrapbooks. So it's I don't know what that is, like 18 inches or something. But all this stuff is bigger than will fit in a flat rate box. So it looks like sheet music with a Black Americana theme on it. There's some more of those photos. Paint by number. Various conditions. The same waterfile print. Well, there's a bear. These are bigger. So bears in quantity, ducks in quantity. Not perfect condition. The prints themselves are okay. The border around it a little bit rough in places. Some sort of print. Oh, then this is. Some of these would have fit in a flat rate box, but I'm putting them in this box to fill the box. But these are all prints. Somebody cut a lot of these out, or they were just loose prints. I mean, there's tons of them here. Some of them are nice, some of them are, well, like that. Some of them are old. That's probably an original Picasso. It's probably worth $50,000. It's not. Don't bid $50,000. But I mean, just they're just prints. It's good for crafting, good for framing. I mean, in that handful, there's still that many more. There's a ton of them. More prints, and there's a whole bunch of Jesus prints in quantity. You can give one to everyone you know. I'm skipping stuff. I'm just putting several down at a time. I mean, it would take me quite a while to show all these if I showed them all. There's a cow's butt. Everybody needs a cow's butt. There's one with butterflies or moths. And like these ones here, they're ripped out of some old book that's probably Victorian or turn of the century. But you get the idea. There's a bunch of those. There's some horsies, some cows, Cows, calendar from 1957. There's just tons of them. There's out of a seed catalog, probably. And then there's this stuff is bigger here. Photos, photos. Do they have a smell? Of course they have a smell. It's old dead people's paper. This stuff comes from estates. It all stinks. People used to smoke. It's been in storage. It's not all from one place, so it's got a whole array of smells. I don't know. I'm not smelling every individual piece. They're all, it's old paper. It all smells. Every bit of paper smells. And this is all a conglomeration of all sorts of different, yes, it's the odor of ephemera. I always got a kick out of those people. They don't do it so much anymore now that people don't smoke as much. But they always used on eBay all the time. Is this from a non-smoking home? It's like, I don't know. The person was 95 years old and they died, and everybody smoked at one point. Oh no, this stuff I've been selling since 10 o'clock this morning. I've sold probably 200,000 pieces of ephemera today or more. It's from basically 2 years worth of estates. That, I mean, I have 30 banana boxes full in here. Oh, I was gonna save this out to list this separately, and I threw it in there. Now these here, these are from Anderson, Indiana. This whole folder here is all from Anderson High School, and they're all sports photos. Actually, there's a ton of them. So if you're reselling this stuff, you might be able to lot this up. All this Anderson's from the 50s. Some of them are very nice. Yeah, there's quite a few ones in here. I forgot I had stuck these in there. I must have given up on the idea of putting these in a lot by themselves. More Anderson stuff. Basketball teams from the 50s and 60s. I don't know where Anderson, Indiana is. And I'm in Pennsylvania, so I don't even know how. I mean, somebody died that's family was from there, used to live there, I guess. Oh, yeah, I bet this smells. Look at that. It's got water staining. It's crispy, flaking. And I don't know why this was like there's other stuff thrown in there, but it's different prints. And then we're on to I'm working hard for the dollar here. These are these are early 1900s sheet music. Um, like this one's 1906, A Trip to Niagara. They're not in perfect condition, but these are the big ones. Like the other ones I sold would fit in a flat rate box. These won't. Like this is Hiawatha. It's from 1902. But there's look how many of them. All various conditions. Oh, there's a map. I'm not going to show all these. I mean, it'll be a surprise. Unfortunately, they don't have a flat rate box that would fit this stuff. And some of you, the shipping might be very cheap. And some of you, it's going to be prohibitive from wanting to buy this stuff. think these are all the same new old stock maps. No, there's all sorts of different maps in there. Somebody cut out different maps. I don't know. Yeah, I get lots of Pittsburgh stuff because I'm not too far from Pittsburgh. But Metropolitan Magazine, Town and Country cover. There's a Tiffany and Company Jewelers. I didn't know that was in there. Oh, it's just an ad. It must be missing the cover. That was what that was the Town and Country cover that goes on there. I was gonna say that's a giant Tiffany catalog, but it's just a Metropolitan or a Town and Country magazine. Oh, then there's a pack of teaching pictures. Little kid. I don't know, something, some sort of poster that's all folded up. A Life magazine that somebody put in a plastic pouch. Then there's some matted art. I'm almost done, but I got to work for this because I would like this to disappear, even if it's for a buck. Because I've sold everything so far, and I don't want to have to deal with a few boxes. And here's some old maps. Um, Lawrence and Mercer and Beaver and Butler. And I don't know when these were from, but these are, I'm guessing these are Victorian. These probably Allegheny County, Washington, and Greene County. Those probably came out of an old atlas. But those are interesting. Buffalo Sabres, something or other. Mount Washington Auto Road bumper stickers. If guns are outlawed, only outlaws will have guns. Support your rights to keep and bear arms. Bunch of old bumper stickers. So that is running, and make sure you check the shipping. If it's prohibitive, don't bid. I have no idea what the shipping is. I can't see. The shipping's different for everybody once you get above 5 pounds. $70, yeah. But there's nothing I can do. I mean, the flat rate is super cheap, but if you want the whole box of stuff, it like I said, these last few boxes weigh like 25 pounds or 20 to 25 pounds. Yeah, 27's, I mean, it's not too bad. Thank you, Pip. Same deal. Heavy box. Oh, well, just think how much of that stuff would cost individually if you'd wanted to buy all of it individually from somebody's show that was selling it for $5 a piece. Okay, same deal. This is 7V or yeah, 7W. Well, I'm sorry, Pip. As much as that hurts, it hurts me. Pretty much all the shows I have on Whatnot. This Whatnot is often a loss leader and a liquidation method for me. As much as I sell on here, I very rarely make much of a profit on anything. But it allows me to move a decent amount of stuff relatively quickly. Okay, you get the idea here with these. These are calendar pages that somebody cut out. I'm sure they were going to frame them or thought they were or something, but there's a whole bunch of them. They're like from 19, I don't know, a whole bunch of different ages. That one's from 82. Some of them I saw were from 1959. There's one from 66. But they all look like Courier and Ives prints. But they're in nice condition if you want to frame them. Well, you know what you do, Pip? You follow them around. You click follow, and then they might follow you, and then you can see where they're at in other shows and go in and just bid them up. Hate bid. Anybody do that? Just follow people around who don't the other bidders and just bid them up. Just to be pricks. I don't. I don't have time, and I very rarely bid against people in shows unless I know that it's not one of my customers bidding. If I recognize them, I never bid against people that buy from me. Saturday Evening Post 65, Better Homes and Gardens 1932. And it's just random ephemera that didn't fit in a flat rate box. National Enquirer 1990, The Sun from 93. Don't piss Butterfly off. Okay, these were like the other things that I had earlier. These are Bonnie Scotland, and these are interesting. And these are another thing that's relatively rare. And I'm not sure when these are from. 1907, Lang's portfolio. But you see, they've got ads in them and really nice photos, and they're large format. I mean, what does anybody do with any of this stuff? I guess, but I mean, they're very nice, and they're whoops, and they're pretty scarce. So there's two of them, and there's a whole little stack here of these. And they're all the same type of things, but they're from different dates. But they're all from like 1907. It was some sort of publication. I don't know how long it lasted. I think I did look these up at one time, and they were pretty scarce. This one's got the back falling off of it. This one here, the back is loose, but they're in pretty nice condition. And they're heavy. So whatever these were in 19, I don't know, maybe you got to, I don't know, I have no idea how these were sold, but those are all from 1907. And you got Hidden Suit, Antique Magazine from 1949 with a whole bunch of shit shoved in it. I don't know what the inserts are. Somebody shoved a bunch of articles or something in there. Antiques 1959. What? What about butterfly stuff? I don't know which league you're talking about. Youth's Companion, 1927. The Bible, DC comic book. It's huge. Rudolph, DC comic, huge. I don't. I'm sorry, Butterfly. I don't even remember what you're talking about at this point. October 1908, world events. This looks like this probably is stinky. Lots of staining on that one. The paperclip is a little bit rusty. Somebody wrote 1933 on it. It's a linen. Normal instructor, December 1907, and the cover's falling off of it, but there's a couple of them here. That's world events from 1908. These have neat ads in them. And if you buy one of these lots, you won't have to buy magazines and newspapers with looking for old ads for quite some time. Lots of early 1900s big world events and other magazines here. Here's a popular educator, missing the cover. Mutual Benefits Journal. Normal instructor. There's three more of them. There's an oil paintings book. Great moments of the century sports highlights from the New York Times. Sacred Art Calendar, 1960s. Hallmark Furniture Catalog from Montgomery Ward's. I don't see a date on 1941. So if you're looking for, I don't know, mid-century picks of furniture, there you go. The Amorous Adventures of Moll Flanders, 5-card stud. These are press books from those movies. Rough Saturday Evening Post from 1925. More World Events from 1907. Normal Instructor. The Musician, 1907. Caves Food Market Advertising Calendar from 1960. A little bit of soiling and staining to the outside, but the interior pages are nice. Nice and bright color prints of fruit. That's just an ad for somebody cut out for Wilson tennis rackets. And there's a National Gallery of Art from Washington book that somebody put a jacket on, 1956 on that. And that's the lot. It's big, it's heavy, all that stuff. It's too big to fit in a flat rate box. I'm going to start it. If you just join me, make sure you check the shipping because it's probably not going to be cheap, especially if you're far away from Pennsylvania. And that is running. Fishy. Did you service them all? You almost died. Well, I've got 24 in here now, but I can't see them. And if they start to annoy me, I can just stop reading whatever they're writing that annoys me. In my buy now, thank you, Dawn. Dawn, make sure you look up the Bonnie Scotland things. I think those are I think those should be somewhat valuable. I think Bath Bomb says $35 each. Well, if you get too much stuff, you can always just sell it on here. All right, one more box of heavy stuff before the scrapbooks. So we got two more boxes left. And it's same deal. Um, Bigger than will fit in a flat rate box. I'm going to show it. And after I do these last two boxes, I'm going to do giveaway and take a short break. And then I will come back. And if there's stuff that you want me to run for 60% off out of my buy now, I'll take requests for that stuff and I will run it as flash sales for 60% off. And this is the last week that I am doing that. After this week, all the stuff in my buy now will disappear from the auctions and it'll just be in the marketplace where you can only find it if you search the marketplace. It won't be available to combine shipping during the shows because I want to put new stuff in there start anyway. So lots of prints, engravings. Yeah, it's not pretty, Libby. So nothing I can do about it. I mean, I could break it up into tiny little lots, but I'm clearing out, and I had about 50 lots of flat rate priority that were all $9 or whatever. But these won't. This stuff is won't fit in a flat rate box. Too long, and I assume that people, if they want it, they don't want it bent. Oh, that's up to you, Bishy. If you think you can and want to compile them, I'm not going to try to go back this far there because it's going to take me quite a while to get through these last couple boxes. Look how many Schlitz bumper stickers. You could go to Walmart and you could like Schlitz everybody's car. Kennedy and 80, a blonde in every pond, and we won't vote for the murderer of Chappaquiddick. They voted for him until he died, I think. They don't care that he drowned that lady. There's a couple of Obama things. That's rough. That seems like a nice print there. A little bit stained up. Here's the world's biggest top loader. Trinity is what the football team says. This thing is, I don't, it's kind of, Doesn't say where Trinity is at, but it says it's from 1948, the football team. And here we go. We're gonna go. This is people rip these out of catalogs or rip these out of magazines, big ones, for the ads. But these are pretty crispy on the edges. Like they're probably out of the Metropolitan. Looks like 1920s era ads. They're kind of crispy, but there's a whole bunch of them. You get the idea. I don't think that's gonna make or break the lot for you. More of them. These ones are nice. Look how many. There's hundreds. Um, nicely cut out, ready to frame, ready to, I don't know, put in your booth and sell for $6 a piece. Same deal here. 1940s on the back. The starting bid is $1. It's pinned at the bottom, but it's going to be a while before I start because I want to try to get more than $2 out of them if I can. And it's a big box, but no big box is full all day. So these ones aren't preserved as well. More of them. There's Barb. She's been tinted. There's that. There's that dude. I don't know who he is. Songs of the Gay 90s. Cole edition. Falling apart on the or the ring binder, 1942. This is half a crafting lot here. World's Roughest Atlas. New Atlas. Remember when people used to use these things and have to like look to, instead of letting their car tell them where to go? Maryland Waters, 2008 Atlas. Global Atlas. Sunday Roto from Pittsburgh Press. Pittsburgh Press Parade from 1973. I think they're still putting that parade out on Sundays. Life, 1986. I don't know what that is. It's missing the cover, but it's from 1930. Pittsburgh Pirates cards that are uncut. There's several of these. Drugs Can Hurt the Innocent. Really rough Genesee beer stand up advertising thing. Somebody folded it over. King Moving in Storage calendar that now has a fold in it. I didn't put it there. 1985. Yeah, thanks, Fishy. Yeah, just everything in the buy now. There, after I run these last two boxes, there's not going to be anything in the auction tab. They're going to be gone here in about 10 minutes. Um, and then it's just going to be buy it now. I don't know where this is from. Dolores Eves, some sort of old political poster. 1987 Lindbergh furniture calendar with most of the months used. Nixon on Life, 1969. Nixon up close, 1972. Ridgeway Record. There's several there. Wall calendars from 1988. Old Erie Scenes scrapbook. Somebody pasted some Erie clippings in there from Erie, Pennsylvania, I think. It's not full, and they're all newspaper clippings. Vote Gay Dosh. U.S. Senate. I don't know when it's from. And there's that old probably Victorian or turn of the century puzzle, but it's missing the one little tabby thing of the dog riding the goat. And there's a large photo of kids. Big photo of that kid. There's a giant Kellogg's, I don't know, advertising pamphlet. Star Salesman's Club dinner, 1936. Famous planes and pilots. School life, 1908. Here's some more Anderson Indians sports, basketball and football from 1955 and 58. There's a small one that snuck in. Rochester District, 1934. Don't know really what it is. It's a photo, but I don't know what Rochester District is. And there's another photo of old men in 1942. So that's a lot. There's a bunch there. It probably did, Pip. And that's running. You get the whole pile. And the next box is going to be the last box, and it's going to be all uh, scrapbooks. And then after that, I will do some buyer's giveies, and I will do take requests for a while from my store from the buy now stuff for 60% off flash sales. Thank you, RLF. Oh, the lady just completely decapitated. How big is what room? Oh, this. Um, well, the room I'm in now is I don't know, 600 square feet or something. I don't know how many. I have about 30 banana boxes full of stuff in there, and most of it is now gone. I'm not going to bring any more in. I'm setting up another ephemera area that's going to be for ephemera stuff. Um, I'll probably have an ephemera show on Thursday that I have scheduled in here. But then after that, I'm going to move it to a different area. Okay. So 7Y is the next one. And these are all scrapbooks. I didn't look at these. I mean, I'm sure I saw them at one point to some degree, but these were basically in a banana box. I don't know how long they've been there. Um, you're going to get the whole box full. These come from different places, different estates. Um, I'm guessing there's nothing earth shattering as far as the content. I don't think you're going to find $1,000 Victorian trade card in them or anything. Uh, but they're estate scrapbooks. And I don't know how many pages are here, but there's a ton. And a lot of them are in this paper like this that just crumbles and falls apart like that. So, I mean, they are what they are. You're getting what you get. I'll show them to some extent. But again, check the shipping because the shipping is going to be prohibitive for a lot of people on these because they're heavy. Okay, so I'm going to flip through them relatively quick. Rocket ship schedule, moon tour reservation. I should have done a poll. If you were given a free ride on Elon's next rocket, would you take it on his Starship? Queen Bee says yes. I got to do a poll. I got to do a poll. This is going to be interesting. How do I do a poll? Where's a poll? Poll, poll, poll. Create poll. Free ride on Elon rocket. Yes. No. All right, there we go. Free ride on Elon rocket. Yes or no? You got to take it, Bishy. What did you say? What did Bishy say? You said no polls, but would you go on Elon's rocket for free? You could go up and you could see the whole flat Earth from way up in the sky right before you were vaporized. Butterfly says no. I don't know whether that means no complaining about Elon's exploding rockets or no, she wouldn't go up in an exploding rocket. Rag. Dawn, I was going to put that, but that one might skew the poll if I put that. Now, if I don't really, I don't think I'd want to hang out with them. But the Blue Origin rocket, the Bezos one that just goes up and then kind of comes back down, but doesn't seem to explode. That might be interesting. Now I'm worried about my poll. There's 4 people that said that they would go on a free ride, and I'm worried about like if you're I'm worried people are having suicidal thoughts. I've offended them and they have left. There's an Erie Railroad tag of some sort. I'm showing this. If you guys are, I hope you're paying attention. So you're missing all the goodies if you're not. I don't know what the current success rate is for the Starship. Did you see it blow up the other day? It was pretty. There's a playbill from damn Yankees. Hey, if you're gonna go though, that would be a cool way to go, I guess. Remember that guy that committed suicide by hijacking that plane and was doing loop de loops? I don't think you're gonna feel anything with the type of explosion that you get out of one of those things. Okay, continuing with the scrapbook box. Now, look, this thing's falling apart. This is for harvesting of scrapbook innards. Like the back. I mean, here we'll throw the cover off. Nobody wants that. I mean, there's no easy way to show this. It's all falling apart. There is there stuff in here that's worth adding to your collection or harvesting to sell or for crafting? I don't know. Oh yeah, I think yeah, that's right. I think the answer to that would change depending on your life situation. Like if you had a terminal illness or if you were like ready to die, that would be a cool way to go. What Pip? Do you work there? Is that I'm only catching half the chat because I Queen Bee's gonna have his baby. It'll be named. How do you pronounce that? I thought I named my kids stupid names. Here's some Polaroid 3D glasses, some ticket stubs, and some playbills. There's a wooden spoon. This thing is just disintegrating as I turn the pages. The contents seem to be in fine condition, but the pages themselves are like just. Where did you hear that name, Bishy? Is that something you come up with, or did you hear it somewhere? Because I've got a my aunt's uh what is it niece on like the other side. That is her name, and she's about the same age as Minnie. But other than that, I don't think I've ever heard that name before. And there's a whole bunch of stuff loose in there. Okay, so that's that one. And now we'll pull out the next one. Oh, look how dusty it is. 1969. Oh, that's funny. Or that's not funny. It's yeah, that's I don't know. I've been talking too long. I can't come up with the right adjective. Witty, I guess. So lots of newspaper clippings in this one. There's some loose ephemera in there. Some newspapers. No, I'm not going to tell 'em my kids' names. Don't tell them either, because you've told everybody my last name, and I don't need them looking up my kids' names. Yes, they have interesting names too. I think the one's about 11, 12 letters long. Yeah, nobody else has, especially the one. So it's not like, yeah. If it was a name that was goofy that somebody else had, I would, that you would, yeah. Oh, lots of stuff back there. So you got all that, lots of clippings. And then the next one, I don't know how many I said were in this listing, but there's a bunch. So I don't know what's in these, but there's something in envelopes, more envelopes, envelopes and tickets. I mean, you guys saw how big this stack was. I mean, this is it's a big stack. Um, and this is and this is why these were just sitting around in a box because there's no easy way to deal with these because they're kind of falling apart. But like the cards inside aren't bad. I'm sure they smell like old paper that's been around sitting around, but I mean they're not horribly um destroyed or anything. It's just this paper is this stuff that just scrapbook paper. There's a rose. Oh, and here the cover fell off of that one. Well, that was the cover to that one, I think. And there's a whole bunch of I don't know cards and ephemera. There's some Valentines. There's some postcards and stuff that were inside that cover. Or no, maybe that was the cover of the next one. I don't know. I don't know where one starts and one ends. I don't know what's going on in the chat. So those are postcards and greeting cards. All right. We're gonna get rid of this poll. We're gonna say that how do I end it? We're gonna say that most people are not ready to die. Okay, here we go. It was pretty though. If you didn't see Elon's rocket blowing up there the other day, check out the video of it online. It's pretty impressive. Valentine's and Easter cards, Christmas cards. More Christmas cards. I think that's it in that one. No. Oh, there's more stuff. Valentine's stuck in the back. Some nice Valentine's in these. See, you can tell I didn't look in these because if I had have looked in these, I would have harvested these loose Valentines and saved them to sell on their own. But like I said, I didn't even look at them. Oh, there's a clown fish. You still watching? He's on a unicycle too. I think they took the reruns down. I don't know what you guys are asking about. She said to watch a refund or rerun. Um, I've heard several sellers say they've taken the reruns down and don't have them anymore. Oh, well, it's on. It should be streaming on Facebook and YouTube. You can always go to my Facebook page and rewatch it, or go to my YouTube channel. I'm at Before Time Shop everywhere. Yeah, that tells you something about the company. I'm gonna complain about it. They haven't figured out a way to monetize those. So this looks like a somebody put this together for school of some sort, whether it's college or high school or something. Well, that guy's getting tarred and feathered. I'm gonna start at the back so I can flip. Hopefully, looks like World War II stuff. Oh, the sun's getting bad. So that's that one. One more, and then we'll run it. Scrapbook. Oh, it's a horse. I'm just gonna run it and show this while it's running. And again, if you just join me, this is going to be for this lot of. Oh, the sun's getting bad. This lot of scrapbooks that I've just showed, including this one and the one underneath it. I can't see, but I'm going to run it. It's heavy, so make sure you check the shipping before you go crazy bidding or bid at all. Some people are saying the shipping ranges from like $20 to $70, depending where you are. So that is running. It's basically an entire banana box full of the scrapbooks. And there was a lot of crap in there, but there are some nice things. There's some nice Valentines and some railroad stuff. And that's mostly empty in the back. Whoops, there's something in there. I am full of crap. Oh, it's a pop up camper advertisement. The Badger Deluxe. The Badger Deluxe looks a lot like the Skylark Deluxe and the Panda Deluxe. This is like one of those. Thank you, couples. This is like one of those tricky puzzles. Like, spot the difference. Okay. Well, I appreciate all those bids, you guys. Thank you very much. Um, I am going to do some buyer giveaways, which are going to be for $10 gift codes to my website, beforetimes.shop. And I'm going to take a short break. And then when I come back, I will take requests for flash sale. I'll do flash sales for 60% off out of my buy now. If you guys want anything, you're not going to break my heart if you don't, because I've done it for the past 2 weeks. But like I said, this will be the last week that I do that because I'm going to swap out those items and they will no longer be in my shows. I'm just going to start putting new stuff in the buy now for this year. But I'm going to do a buyer giveaway now. Um, yeah, the I've got some people in that buy from me regularly in Texas and California, and anytime it hits above 5 pounds, it's like excruciating for them. And meanwhile, the local people, their next once they hit the 5 pound mark, it only goes up with like 40 cents or something for the next pound. So there you go. There's the buyer giveaway. Um, if you don't want anything for my buy now, thank you for coming. You can hang around. I'll do a couple buyer giveaways right now, and then I'll do some after the end. And like I said, if you've won a gift code for my website on here in the past month or so, if you use them today, everything is 30% off on my website, so you can save even more. The- Not if you bought, John, not if you bought a flat rate box. It won't. Yeah, and if it won't let you go out of the give, you come back in, go out and come back in. Yeah, unfortunately, there's just nothing I can do about the shipping on the flat rate stuff. It's just you can't add to it. Even if I could slip something in there, it just can't do that. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks, guys. Congratulations, Rumpus. You guys win these gift codes. I'll message you probably later today. If not, it'll be definitely tomorrow. By tomorrow. Um, Try to do it today. Sometimes I forget. No, I got RC Cola. Shoot. She found RC Cola. Pop Tart. But it's not as good as it used to be because now it has high fructose corn syrup in it, like everything else. I haven't found the original. The grocery stores here, they sell the Pepsi and the Coke with the real sugar. I haven't seen RC like that. Okay. Move this out of the sun. Maybe I can't do it at this one. There's nothing to see anyway. But okay, I'm gonna start. Thank you, Bishy, for. I think I can do these while the giveaway is running. I don't know if I've tried that. You can't do an auction with a flash sale at the same time. But I'm going to try the flash sale with the giveaway running. So I'm going to go in the order that Bishy is telling me. And 4MK is the first one. Landscape group photo, 5 family, antique, Victorian CTV. That one. And if you just joined me, I'm going to take requests for a while for flash sales of 60% off of the price that they're listed in my buy now. So that one is running. And WNB 1-40, the black women in fancy hats. 60% off is running now. And B1-18, the student's postcard from Warren, PA, is running. And 15 AK, tin type of dude with a mustache, is running. And the woman in the choker, tin type, is running. Oh, you're welcome, Compass. Thank you. And if you have any more, put them in. I'm really okay if I don't sell anymore. It's just more I have to ship it for a very small price, and I'm not gonna keep repeating myself because I really don't want a whole bunch of people that haven't been here the whole time to come in and cause me 3 hours worth of shipping. Um, Whoever won that one, congratulations. Like I said, I will message you here later with the code that you can use. And if you, I usually have a sale on Sundays on my website, beforetimes.shop, not .com.shop. Uh, and if you use it, then you can save the whatever the sale price is for the day plus the 10% coupon. 19. Whoops. And I'm looking for a tackle finder. I can't seem to. A tackle finder, I'm not seeing anything with that. Like I type in Tar Heel, one word and two words, and nothing comes up. Oh, I didn't even put Tar Heel in the. Okay, I found it for you. There it goes. And anybody that wins a giveaway or won a giveaway since the last week of February, uh, they'll be good. That code is good until the end of March. What do you laugh about? I don't know what that means, Tackle. It says you. Oh, somebody snuck in and got it from you. That's not your name that won. You got to be quick. I'm sorry. And I run coins. If you, I'm doing flash sales from my bin right now. If there's coins in there you want me to run, tell me what coins it is, and I'll run them as flash sales. Annie, here's a night 1833. What is it? Jalisco, Mexico, quarter real, Puerto antique coin token, 60% off. There you go. I'm not going to sit here and run all the coins. I mean, if you have something you want me to run, tell me and I'll run it. Bishy says I've got 112 of them. Okay, here's a 1932 Mexico peso, 720 silver, 60% off. Oh, Bishy, I feel for you. I don't like on site sales. Okay, you didn't want that silver coin for whatever it was. Thank you, couples. Everybody, check out couples. I think they said they were selling miniatures today. Give them a follow or bookmark the show. One of the You're coming on at 4. I don't think I can. I don't think I can make it that long to raid into you. Well, thank you for coming. Yeah, I surprise myself every once in a while, Bishy. All right, here's another buyer giveaway. Again, this is for $10 off. Gift code to my website beforetimes.shop where I sell old stuff. And if you use it on a Sunday like today, um, you can save even more because everything's 30% off on my website today. I am not. They didn't buy the first two. And who we got? Who do we got selling? We got Mighty Annie. And that's about it on my followed house thing. I have too many people selling right now. Wait, what am I waiting for? Oh, Ghost, I'm ready to start lugging my 50 some boxes across the building here. Oh, you got more? Okay, we'll do those. WNB2. Okay, here's the Terrence Seltzer card. That one's running. And this is the Boyd's JC Boyd card. And that one's running. And another JC Boyd card is running right now. And B1 322, the Dom DiMaggio arcade card. It is running right now. All right, thank you, Rag. If anybody here is not following Rag and Ribbon with the little kitty icon there, give her a follow. And bookmark some of her shows. She's got a bunch coming up. All right, I'm gonna raid out here. Um, thank you guys for the purchases. Let's go see what Mighty Annie is doing. I'm gonna say she's being loud and excitable. Selling paper. Thank you guys. I'll get these out.